Storm Ellen is Britain's worst storm for 6 months since Storm Dennis, which is no kind of thing to call something as magnificent as a storm. It's not even any kind of thing to call something as ordinary as a human being. Dennis. A 4-day buffeting of strong winds is expected to last until Sunday because of Storm Ellen, which meteorologists are calling a weather bomb due to explosive cyclogenesis. Which something, it sounds like something a Tour de France rider would get to go to the hospital with. Oh, please help me, doctor, this saddle's giving me explosive cyclogenesis. The storm's air pressure fell 34 MB, which stands for megabits. Fell 34 megabits to 965 megabits in the 24 hours to midnight on Tuesday, which is almost a terabit, which is enough to store over 1,000 films in high definition. Can you believe that?
No.
That's what they mean when they say cloud storage. They're actually storing it in clouds. Isn't this educational?
No.
A Met Office forecaster said summer will be long forgotten as rain and winds set in. It will feel much more like autumn.
Correct.
Yeah. But let's hope it doesn't go like last year when it went from summer to autumn in one day. It was instant autumn. And I think it was the 1st of September, wasn't it? Almost as though God herself had planned it. Going to feel much more like autumn, says an expert. Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast?
No.
Tomorrow first. Bright and breezy, sunny spells, blustery showers, maximum temperature 24 degrees centigrade. Whatever that means. Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Unsettled throughout the period. Further sunny spells, but also showers. Temperatures should be near normal, ahead of a generally wetter and windier Tuesday. Okay. Until the 4th of September now. At first, unsettled, strengthening winds accompanied by showers, longer spells of rain across much of the UK, with the driest conditions mostly in the south. Temperatures should be near or slightly below average for this time of year. And to the 19th of September. The south, drier and warmer. The northwest, more unsettled. That's you, Glasgow. But, and it's a big giant wobbly but, drier spells could spread into all parts of the UK, and there's the potential for some warmer spells. Warmer spells? We'll take it! So Boris was off on his jolly hollies. It was like a real-world game of Where's Wally? We found him. There's that Wally. Looking like he should have been doing a bin run on Crossroads. What is it with him and the people that he surrounds himself with? What do you look like, man? Been taking fashion tips from Dominic Cummings. So he went on holiday, just as the country's money is being drained away like we sprung a leak. The staggeringly inept handling of the exam results blights the future of our nation's children. We've got the worst excess death figures in Europe. The testing and tracing regime is so bad as to be worthless. There's new lockdowns springing up all over. The predicted easiest deal of all time with the European Union has run into the ground. We seem to be run by an unelected blogger with attitude. NHS waiting times are the worst they've ever been. Businesses are collapsing by the thousands. People are being made unemployed by the millions. It's the biggest crisis since the Second World War. And our good time Charlie of a Prime Minister did a runner to go on holiday. Just like he did the moment he got the top job in the first place. Mind you, if this is what it looks like when he's not at work, can you imagine the shambles we'd be in if he did show up for work? Oh, and by the way, we were told that he'd gone camping. Presumably, they told us that in order to ingratiate him with the lower orders, so that he appeared to be feeling the pain of the ordinary man and woman, what with the economic crisis and all. But pitching a tent in the garden of a luxurious cottage he's staying in isn't camping, any more than wearing an F1 T-shirt means you're taking on Lewis Hamilton. So they lied about that. I bet it was the armed security detail that was in the tent. And it's the midget season, of course, where they are. And all the weaponry on Earth cannot protect you from those. And so that was the big scoop on the front page of the Super Soraway Mail. which was immediately followed by a better one. They found him, and then they found a farmer whose land he was desecrating. Furious farmer reveals Boris Johnson climbed over his fence to set up an 8-foot tent without permission and lit a dangerous campfire before fleeing his Highlands holiday cottage, leaving his minders to clean up. Yeah, it sounds like Boris Johnson, doesn't it?
Yes.
We elected a clown. Who could have predicted that it wouldn't go well? Farmer Kenny Cameron was livid after discovering the Prime Minister had gone onto his land to camp without his say-so. He said, usually if people want to go inside a fenced area, they ask for permission first. Boris Johnson's group is understood to have left the hideaway last night and is on his way back to work. Yeah, right. Prime Minister Boris, I wonder when that will get, when that won't seem weird. Approximately the same time that this won't seem weird.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
Prime Minister Boris Johnson's great escape descended into farce this afternoon, says the Mail, after it emerged that he had camped in a local sheep farmer's field without gaining his permission beforehand, which is called trespass. Applecross landowner Kenny Cameron was left fuming today when he realised... I wonder if he was this just something a journalist made up? Fuming he was. Actual steam rising off him, he was so mad. Fuming when he realised that the PM and his fiancée, Carrie Simmons, had pitched their trendy 8-foot bell tent on his land and had lit a campfire without asking him first. What's trendy about a tent? How can a tent be trendy? And what's a bell tent, by the way? Trendy bell tent? It just looked like a lean-to. Like a bit of canvas strung up over 2 sticks. Mr. Cameron found a pair of wooden chairs from the cottage had been placed either side of the fence to form steps to clamber over it. There was a gate which Boris Johnson failed to use because presumably it would have meant walking another 10 yards. So he nicked 2 chairs out of the cottage, put them either side of this fence in order to climb over it. So it's not like he just blundered into the field by accident. He deliberately trespassed on that farmer's land. But as we know, the rules don't apply to the higher ups. We know that already.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, it's not like he didn't know he was doing something wrong. He took 2 chairs from the kitchen of a cottage, walked them to the end of the field, put them either side of an actual fence and climbed over them. God, what is he, 12? The sheep farmer was concerned that lighting a campfire had posed a potential risk due to the tinder dry conditions in recent weeks. Speaking exclusively to the Mail Online, as Boris's minders hastily packed away the offending canvas tent. A bewildered Mr. Cameron said, Mr. Johnson is meant to be leading the country, and yet he is not setting a great example. Correct. He said, usually if people want to go inside a fenced area, they ask for permission first, but I was not asked at all. It's only polite to ask, said the poor farmer.
Be polite!
He said he could have put up his tent in the garden of the cottage, and there would have been no problem, but he didn't do that. Yeah, why didn't he do that? I mean, the garden has the exact same view as the field over the fence. It's the same view. But, I don't know, he was just gripped with the desire to do something he shouldn't oughta. Like a child. He said, the farmer said it was the first time that he'd seen a tent in the field. He said, I last came up here a few days ago and it was not here then. Right, so when Boris Johnson was supposedly camping, there was no tent at all until a couple of days later, where they hastily erected one. And it did look like it had been hastily erected, you know, like during a storm, for instance. Hastily erected by one drunk during a storm. That's what it looked like. The farmer called Mr. Cameron. Isn't that coincidental?
I think this is nonsense.
Not that one, another one. We don't require your services any further, Dave, but if we do, we know where to find you. You'll be in the tent where they keep the tools. The farmer Cameron admitted that he was not a fan of Boris Johnson's politics and was a supporter of Scottish independence. There you are. Perfect story in every regard.
Hello, Nick.
Chris.
Long time no speak.
Haven't I been lucky?
I just phoned in to negotiate with Boris Johnson's disastrous camping trip. It reminds me of when I went camping when I was about 12, 13.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Boris is more mature than I was back then.
Well, obviously, I'm not sure there's anything obvious about it.
Yeah, I mean, he should have planned ahead, really. I mean, but that aside, we got to, there was three of us, we got to, near Biggin Hill, there's a place called Cobham. There's a scout campsite.
Right.
And we planned like a little camping trip. And we got there and it was absolutely piddling down. So we set up camp and got rained on. I woke up in the morning about 7 o'clock in the morning. Completely, I was in the wrong part of the tent in a puddle.
Wrong part of a tent.
Yeah, I was in the wrong part of the tent.
Right.
And
I think if you're in a tent, you're in the wrong part of a tent. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, there was three of us.
There's nothing good about it.
Yeah, there was three of us. I was in the wrong bit, but as the sun come up and whatnot, we dried ourselves off. And went to the showers, got ourselves sorted out,
and then got wet again. Yeah. And then dried yourself off again. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we went over to the scout hut, and they said, "Well, you can't really stay here."
Yeah, who are you? They said.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this: were you scouts?
No.
Guilty.
But we kind of thought, because it was off season or whatever it was, and they said, "No, you can't stay there." But in the whole site, there was nobody there. So we packed up all our tents and we wandered off about half a mile down the road to another campsite, which was completely empty again.
Yeah. And, so you thought, if at first you don't succeed.
Yeah. It just takes off.
Gosh, I hope this is going somewhere.
Oh, it is. All right. So we parked ourselves in the corner of an empty field.
Yeah.
And set up tent again.
Yeah.
And then
this is going somewhere very, very slowly. Go ahead.
By the afternoon, the owner of the campsite come running down and he said, "What are you up? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. What are you doing? This, that, and the other."
Yeah, I get it. And?
Someone had broken into the the hut, and they blamed us.
Right, well...
No, it wasn't us. No.
So what did you get? Why would anybody break into a scout hut? What are you going to get? A woggle?
Well, that's it. A woggle or a random badge.
Yeah.
But it wasn't us. So we had to wait there while the police came over.
Yeah, I feel I feel your pain. What with the waiting and all.
Yeah. So it kind of like transitions towards Boris Johnson's kind of...
It does?
Amazing, intrepid camping expeditions.
Yeah.
But, so about 7 o'clock, the police come over.
Please tell me that there is an actual point to this.
Well, it was just like a child with a drink.
Right, okay. Well, you should have just said that right at the beginning and I could have saved 3 hours. 0345 6060 973. It was like a childish adventure. You should have just left us with that. Boris Johnson resembles a sticky-fingered schoolboy.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He's a good time Charlie that we elected on the basis that he was going to give us a beautiful Brexit. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Ealing. Sophie.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Sophie.
Hi.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever been camping illegally in a field that... Oh, never mind.
No, but then for Boris, the rules don't seem to apply, do they?
They don't apply to him, they don't apply to Dominic Cummings, and they don't apply to Mogg or any of their ilk.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I really do think, I know it's kind of funny to joke about, he looks like a clown and it's all funny and you know, it seems trivial and frivolous. You know, he went camping on the edge. But actually it's quite dark, isn't it? It's quite frightening if you think what's happening to our country and what's happening in our politics. I mean, we have these people in incredibly powerful positions. They get away with being, you know, it's that kind of very British kind of all, you know, made a bit of a mistake and all, you know,
bumbling along.
Exactly, that's it, bumbling along. But actually, I think it's quite purposeful. And
well, his image is purposeful, as is Dominic Cummings' image. It's an image which tells you that they are born to rule because they don't have to try very hard. It's only the little people, not leprechauns, like us. We have to smarten ourselves up a bit. He is suffused with such power and superiority that he doesn't have to make any effort at all. He looks like he slept in a skip.
Absolutely. And you know what's really frightening, and I know you're holding back and you have to as a radio presenter, but you know, the people of this country are stupid because what they've done is they've put us all in this incredible mess, and they think it's funny. They think it's a 4-year thing and it'll all be over and it'll be sunny and it will be a bed of roses again. It will not. We are going to go through this forever. And you know what my theory is? You know, it's interesting. Dominic Cummings didn't resign, and Boris has kept him on. And there was a hint that Dominic Cummings is going to resign by Christmas. Now, why by Christmas? Well, December the 31st is when Brexit is going to happen. Yeah. And I can tell you, I really honestly, passionately believe that Boris Johnson is actually going to resign as well. Because he's not interested in leading the country. He was just interested in getting Brexit done. And was just interested in becoming Prime Minister. And let's be honest, he doesn't want to do the work of a Prime Minister.
Well, that's true.
Just wanted the status. And now he's got it. He'll forever have been the Prime Minister of England and make huge amounts of money from that. And I really do think they just want to get Brexit done and they're just going to leave. And it's terrible. It's really awful.
Well, that's an interesting idea. I haven't heard that one before, but I suppose we'll find out in a couple of months' time. Isn't it exciting?
Exactly.
All right. Thanks a lot, Sophie. 0345 6060 973. Well, I mean, part of that is indisputable. He doesn't appear to want to do the job of a Prime Minister. I mean, he's not doesn't appear to be a serious person. He's not really interested in the job, other than the trappings that go with it, which enables him to get his way. And, you know, when you become a Prime Minister, I think for the rest of your life, you are gifted, is it £500,000 a year? Forever? That's off the top of my head. It's something like that. I don't think all of them take it, although you would if it was offered, wouldn't you? Plus the security and the millions of pounds you'll get for public speaking, of which he is quite gifted. He has the ability to hold a room, you know, because he's got this act. But it's not an act of a serious person who should be put in charge of a country. But we did that because, I don't know, get Brexit done, because dinghies, because people coming over here. We were basically hoodwinked by offshore tax-avoiding foreign billionaires who gifted us Brexit for their own interests, not ours. I mean, if you really think that a billionaire's interests coincide with your own, then I've got a bridge I'd like to sell you. This rather long missive says, "Hey Nick, please help me, I'm confused," says Kath in North Wales. We still don't have our world-beating contact tracing system. No, well, Boris is still unable to say it.
Contact tracing.
Oh, have another go.
Contact tracing.
Oh, you're never going to get it. We still don't have our world-beating contact tasting system, says Kath. That's right, Kath, we don't. But this week it was announced that Dido Harding is going to run for the replacement for Public Health England. What? Says Kath. And it's with many question marks and exclamation marks, as in... What? Is she being promoted because she did such a great job with test, track and trace? We still don't have a contact tasting app. Steve Bannon was arrested for stealing money crowdfunded to build a wall. Is any of this real? I feel like the universe is trolling us. Stop this ride. I want to get off. Well, the thing with the wall is that if you present people with a wall, it is impossible to get around it.
If there's a concrete wall in front of you, go through it, go over it, go around it. But get to the other side of that wall.
That's all you have to do is just get to the other side of that wall. Even if it's a great wall.
I would build a great wall, and nobody builds walls better than me, believe me.
I know, it does feel as though 2020 is trolling us, like the entire year. The universe, perhaps, is just having a giant joke at our expense. Because if you look, I know I said this at the time, and I've said it multiple times since. So I'm going to repeat myself.
Oh, no.
Write down 2020 and look at it on a piece of paper. Doesn't it look great? Doesn't it look like that year would be super fantastic? 20 is a lucky number. Just ask China. And so I thought, well, there's two of them, 2 20s back to back. What could possibly go wrong? And then, in very short order, we found out. Plus, our leader is this guy.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And their leader is this guy.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He's the most powerful man in the world. It is the universe is having a laugh at our expense. Either that or...
It can only be attributable to human error.
Yeah, I think it's probably that. That's what it is. Human error. It's our fault. It's about Boris Johnson going on his jolly holidays. At this moment of... it's like a rolling catastrophe. Absolutely everything is going wrong. And he thought that this was an excellent time to up sticks and leave. Before you start calling in and defending him, oh, he's been ill and he's got a new child and doesn't he deserve a break? Remember, the very first thing he did after being elected to run this country was go on holiday. That was thing number one. Billy and Epsom emails, I'm 33, you're a slightly older man. I am not. He says... Is he the worst Prime Minister of your lifetime? Absolutely. He says, Brexit made us the laughingstock of Europe. COVID-19 has made us the laughingstock of the world. P.S. The English are stupid. That caller is 100% right. Well, let's not get carried away. But yes, he is. I don't really think he is the Prime Minister. I don't think he has the remotest interest in doing the job. He's just the clown that we elected to wave his arms around and distract us from the evil machinations of government cranking away in the shadows behind him. Look at me, look at me. Don't pay any attention to those people over there. They're not doing anything. That's his job. He's a giant distraction bomb. I mean, when has he ever given us any bad news? I mean, there's nothing but bad news around, and when has he ever delivered it? Can you remember one single thing? His unique talent is to be that funny bloke off the telly. Oh my God, we voted for that funny bloke off the telly. Yeah, like I said.
It can only be attributable to human error.
Yeah, like everything else that ails us, it's our fault. Bloomsbury. Sophia. Oh, wait, hang on. There it is. Sophia.
Bonsoir.
Yes.
Comment allez-vous?
Yes.
Guten Abend.
Right.
Bonjour.
Mm-hmm. Null point.
And Suba Masawalakia.
Right.
And the thing is that Boris is always a problem. He had the ambition. My late husband and I were sitting in the Staff Institute guess where? Glasgow University at the end.
You didn't give me much of a chance there.
75 years after World War II.
That was going to be my first guess, but go on.
Well, it wasn't raining in Glasgow. So
Nonsense. Your story is becoming, is unravelling as you speak.
Indeed. I mean, that's such a wonder. It must be a sign of what's happening.
Yeah.
He is ridiculous, and he's aimed to be Prime Minister for the sake of it. But the point is, so many people are taking advantage of the lockdown. All the good people are going by the rules, but not him. Yes, the holidays, etc. And he is just wanting to have the notoriety. But the problem is that COVID-19 has been building up for a long time, and we're slipping into worse and worse problems, and more people are suffering. And by the time we get to do Brexit, which is a joke, it's just another promise, they will all be walking around in masks and goodness knows what else.
Yeah, I'm sick of all that already.
Yeah, absolutely, and people look weird, and you know, I mean, it's.
I mean, I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't do it. It's just I'm sick of it.
Sick of it. The Lone Ranger and some other notorious character. But think of Johnson's things he'd already done. I mean, I was talking to a young lady recently. She's riding a bike in a bike lane, and she said so many people were there. She just fell off. And
wait a minute, back up. He was right. Are you talking about Boris was riding a bike in a bike lane?
Not Boris, someone I knew, but there were so many people there when I was riding my bike. I used to weave in and out of the cars, and I was perfectly happy with it.
I think that the roads are getting absolutely berserk. There seems to be some anarchy seems to have broken out on the roads. I counted, it must have been a half a dozen ways for people to die on my drive in. Because not only are there people on bicycles, oh my God, there's a thing in here. How did that get in here?
I don't know. But
somebody hand me my death bat.
Please don't get into those. Yeah, all the bats and the penguin probably bought it, but we've been slipping downhill for ages and ages. And then there's the Flower Bridge across the river that had to be abandoned.
Yeah, well, I was looking forward to that bridge. I think they should have gone ahead and done it anyway. I mean, for crying out loud, London's supposed to be the best city in the world, and we can't afford a blooming bridge. Why not?
Anyway, I've been playing a lot of music lately. I'm playing it first thing in the morning, in the middle of the day, and well, everybody likes it.
Keep that racket down.
But I don't take my guitar because I've had 5 guitars stolen.
Right.
I just play the flute.
Okay, do you take requests?
Yeah, all the time.
Okay, well, dial it down a bit. Thanks a lot, Sophie. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, so now there's cyclists, many more than there used to be. Mostly they look unsure of themselves. I'm sure that these people who have previously not had much experience on a bike, apart from when they were kids. Once you learn how to be upright, you've more or less got it. But practice makes perfect. And these people don't look like they practice. Either that or they're drunk. Great malevolent groups of bicycling teenagers, which doesn't sound frightening. But in the middle of the night, in the middle of town, when there's nobody else around, it is a bit unnerving. So there's them. And then there's the scooter delivery people, and they must be breeding with each other.
Disgusting.
They're everywhere. Every single person in this country has stopped cooking for themselves and is just picking the phone up and ordering meals to be biked around. I think it must be the greatest job opportunity machine going. Just been fired from being an airline pilot? Well, get yourself a scooter and bike round somebody's pizza. And do they respect the rules of the road?
No.
No, they seem to be completely at odds with the rules of the road. The rules are unknown to them. They weave in and out. as though they actually have a death wish. I mean, it's like they're begging me to hit them with my car. And I suppose if I lightly run one of them over, it'll be my fault. So there's them. And now there's the scooter people, whatever you call those things. It's like a ride-on scooter thing. Not an actual scooter. You know, the what do you call those things? Hey, you know, you're a... Oh, he's not even in there. Oh, my God, it's the Mary Celeste. I'm looking for inspiration through to the bloke next door. He's not even there. You know, it's a board with two tiny wheels on it and a handle. Those things, whatever they're called. They go really fast. And I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to drive them on the pavement, and I'm pretty certain that you're not supposed to drive them on the road either. Where you are supposed to drive them, I've got absolutely no idea. On private land, probably. And there's just more and more and more of them. And they hair a lot. If one of those things hits a pothole, they're just going to go flying. So there's them. And now there's people on skates, for crying out loud. Like this is New York in the 1970s. Skates they're going down the road on. Anyway. Not that I'm complaining. You know me.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. A couple of more texts and emails, and I'll take some more calls. Liam emails, Dido Harding was also the CEO of TalkTalk that was involved in a huge data breach a few years ago. Do they even know about that? Says Liam. Yes. Yeah, they know. But do they care?
No.
And furthermore...
No.
No, she was, God, this thing. Oh, now I've squashed it on my hand. On my hand?
Disgusting.
Ew, how did it even get in here? This is... we've got triple glazing and a door you need to be a weightlifter to open. How did a fly get in here? Alan in London says, Nick, will the oven-ready EU deal we were promised going to be world-beating? I think that it will still be in Iceland's freezer by the 31st of December, and therefore ever. Yeah. Oven-ready. Exactly. And Brian texts, if Bojo resigns, will he exit Downing Street on a zip wire? I'm still furious at the person who let him down. If it wasn't for the person who let him down off that zip wire, he'd still be up there. I want the name of the person who did it.
Yeah. Wait.
Adam in Leeds says, good news. Steve Allen has said he would happily start giving you a lift to work or at least a day out in his Bentley with him. Good news all round. The feud is over. Feud. You people are obsessed with Steve Allen. Leave him alone. Ashford, Milan.
Nick, how are you?
I am great, mate. How are you doing?
I'm all right. You mentioned earlier about driving and all these scooters going by, and you may accidentally hit them. I mean, my recommendation is that if somebody stops you, just say that you were testing your eyesight to see if it was you were safe to travel. It's good for a certain Mr. Cummings, so it should be good for you.
As per the government's clear instructions, if my eyesight ever becomes, opaque, if it becomes, if I can't see through my eyes anymore, then I'll just get behind the wheel of a car and press the pedal as hard as I can.
Yep, and if you are, if you're good for 60 miles and you haven't smashed into anything, then great, fantastic. And you know, what I was going to discuss about Boris Johnson and. Do you mind if I say something controversial?
Oh, my God. Grip onto something firm, everybody.
Oh, no.
Controversial?
Right, he's an utter charlatan and utterly incompetent and devoid of a basic command of facts and details. And
right,
I don't know
are you about to say something controversial? Tell me just before you're going to say it.
I'm sitting on the fence. But that's the truth. He's shown to be devoid of any leadership, and he doesn't have a basic command of details. But then I think, well, is it the public's fault for electing a clown in office? So is it actually the majority of the public's fault? Have we peaked as a human species as of 2016? And I'll tell you what, if you want to see how much we peaked, just look at the LBC Facebook page when you get leavers posting their messages, and you think, oh my good God, the amount of room temperature IQ people is off the chart.
What's remarkable is that it's happening on both sides of the Atlantic.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
The exact same thing. It's a mirror image, except that, as usual, America is just louder than we are, but they're doing the precise same thing. It's as though they're both parties, both political leaders, are being paid by the same people. And then you come to find out, actually, yes, they are. Like, this is a giant project that's underway. This is not by accident that we're in this position. It's a plan.
That's a fair shout, because both have no idea about facts and details. None of them have a clue what they're doing, and both use a lot of rhetoric and bluster and chest beating and lies and misleading claims. And you know what? The media help them get away with it, and it shows how poor journalists are.
Yes. Well, journalists are in the business of selling whatever it is that they write for, and both Trump and Johnson do great press. People are interested in them as people and in what they've got to say, because they like their act. Both people were the funny guy off the telly. Boris Johnson does that show with the questions. What's that called?
Have I got to see you?
Exactly. Yeah. And Trump pretended to be a successful businessman on television. So they're both the same. They're out of show business.
Yeah, exactly. And they hate to be asked questions where they can't reply, and they'll just they'll call people nasty. They don't like their type of questioning. You know what's funny? In America, when Michelle Obama did her speech about Trump, and Trump criticized it by saying she used the wrong figure. She used 150,000. What Trump didn't realize, the actual death figure was 175,000. So,
thereby drawing attention to his own failure.
It's embarrassing, but
it does make the slightest bit of difference, because Trump was right about one thing. He could stand on Fifth Avenue, shoot somebody, and wouldn't lose a single vote. It's not a political party; it's a cult. It's almost like a religious cult. People are all in. All chips are in, and they're not going to change their mind now, because it would be one of two things: either too much loss of face, they would have to accept that charge of stupidity that people like you throw at them, or it would be a loss of hope, because they actually believe this snake oil salesman. And the exact same thing is happening here. Then the snake oil in this country is that Brexit is going to be marvellous, and there's going to be far fewer foreigners surrounding you, and the life that you dreamt that you would always have, that has somehow not come your way just by dint of bad luck, will be gifted to you as though by magic. All we have to do is get out from underneath the control of the evil European overlords.
Yeah, exactly. And do you know how the ambition has gone down and down since 2016? First, it was like, we'll be in sunlit uplands, it'll be fantastic. Now, it's like, well, I don't care if we get into a recession, if I lose my job, as long as we're out of the EU. And it's difficult to have an intelligent discussion with someone who just doesn't care what happens to them. It's like, okay, well, I can't have an intelligent discussion with you about that. But that's the level we are with a lot of the hardcore leaders. It's
like it's difficult having a fight with somebody who's intent on suicide, like a kamikaze pilot. You can't have a dogfight with a kamikaze pilot because he's not interested in living.
Yeah, I'm going to punch myself in the face. Right, okay, so much point in having an argument with you. This is why I just think, do you know what? I should watch films and try and calm down and so on. So
you seen any good films lately?
Well, I can't go to the cinema, unfortunately, Nick, but I've seen The Invisible Guest. It's a good film. I recommend that.
The Invisible Guest.
It's a thriller. It's a Spanish film.
Oh, you lost me at Spanish.
Spanish? Oh, no, that's...
Has it got subtitles?
Yeah.
Oh, reading. You go to the cinema to read?
Boring!
It's a no from me.
But one thing I don't miss in the cinema is going in there and then people on their phones, talking, treating it as a restaurant.
Mm-hmm. That it smells like feet. There's that.
Yeah, smells like feet. So the decorum of people there. But but sometimes I miss the cinema. Don't you miss the cinema?
No.
No? Oh, okay. The big screen experience?
No, because of all of the above. You know that it's going to be ruined in some way by some moron because, as I keep saying over and over again, we're surrounded by morons. I mean, usually on the once or twice a year that I go to the cinema, I'd make sure to go at 2:00 in the afternoon during the week. So I can pretty much guarantee there's going to be nobody there but me. But somebody will be, like you say, on their phone or shouting at the screen or shooting at the screen. Like they do in America. They actually shoot at the screen. We haven't had much of that here, but, just wait.
These are the people who support vote for Brexit. Yeah. I'm joking.
Of course you are. All right. Cheers, Milan. 0345 6060 973. Emma in Fulham says, so how does it feel to have reached the last day of this particular decade? That's right, we all know it's that birthday tomorrow. Do you have plans or will you be on air? I'll be on air tomorrow. Of course I will. It's my duty. I'll be on air on Sunday as well. Let's see if I can squeeze one in just for the new news. Wandsworth, Jeanette.
Hello, you're right, mate.
Yes, good, thanks.
Good. I want to know why we as a species always vote against our own interests. I don't get it. I don't understand. What I really, my burning question is, the tourists said to us, we're going to sell you a house, right? And we're going to sell your house that you live in to you, and it's yours. And then all that money you squirreled away, we're going to make you sell that house to pay for the care you've already paid for all your life. Well, we fell for that. That's fine. But then would you ask people who are that gullible to vote for Brexit? Seriously, you wouldn't, would you?
Well, I don't think it's that we always vote for things that are not in our best interests. I think it's a relatively recent phenomenon. I mean, I don't remember it being this way much before. I mean,
do you think?
Well, I think it's a recent phenomenon that, particularly the working class, have voted for a party that has never shown the slightest interest in them. That seems to be a recent phenomenon, because before they were pretty much Labour all the way, because that's the party that had their interests at heart. Of course they did. They were called Labour, for crying out loud.
But do you not think, though, that when they sold their house to them, they said, right, you're middle class now. You don't vote for Labour, vote for us because you're middle class. No, you're not. If you work for someone else, you're working class. So why are you falling into that trap of thinking that you're now middle class?
I'm not sure
now
that's
you have
true.
to vote Conservative.
I'm not
even
sure
though they really don't care about you.
I'm not sure it's true that you're working class if you work for somebody else, because that would make pretty much everybody on earth working class.
I see your point. That's a really good point, and I take that on board. I see your point. But I just think that they've got it all sort of askew. They sold that scam to us, that we now have to sell the house they sold us to pay for the care we've paid for all our lives through our tax. And we fell for that. So it can't be that surprising that we read some messages on the side of a bus and then voted Brexit. Because if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. But we don't see that, and we go, that's worked for us all these years, but I know here's fun. Today we're going to vote Brexit. We should never have been trusted to do that. We shouldn't. It's just... Wait, no.
Well, a referenda is no way to run a country. But if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. I haven't heard that one before. That's a new one on me. But on that subject, Wendy emails, oh my, just finished The Sopranos and literally just watched the very last episode ever. 6 seasons and 21 episodes in season 6, and that's the best ending they can come up with. I'm in complete shock, so need some Livia sound bites to take me back to that brilliant first season. I need a camping holiday on the blustery west coast of Scotland to get over my disappointment. Disappointment? Are you kidding me? That was the best ending to any TV show ever.
Absolutely.
How can you be... and the world's shocked when that episode was first broadcast, the last ever episode of The Sopranos, and people were just apoplectic. The writer left the country, apparently, expecting a terrible reaction. I thought it was brilliant. How can you not like that? Anyway... Oh, by the way, that story of the campanologist. I mean, I don't wish to, make fun of other people's misfortune, but he was yanked off his feet by a bell rope. You heard that on the news. I previously saw it on The Benny Hill Show. Let's have a call in Worcester. Dave.
Hi, good evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I agree with you when you're talking about our glorious leader. They're so divorced from reality, the elites in this country. It's unbelievable. People voted for them. I mean, they talk about the propaganda from Russia influencing people. Don't people ever consider the propaganda that was levelled at the honest man, Jeremy Corbyn, who all his life has fought for human rights? Look all the libel and slandering that he got, and then people voted for this millionaire, elitist, Oxbridge-educated buffoon. What a disaster. And we can see now, when this pandemic has come, this pandemic, their reactionary reaction. I don't think they care much. I think it was in February and March, he was in the Caribbean.
I'm sure that they had...
It sounds shocking.
I'm sure that Boris Johnson had absolutely no intention of being a wartime prime... I think he fashioned himself after Churchill. I mean, he kind of liked the idea that he would be a Churchillian figure, but he didn't want to have to go through the boring bit of, leading a nation through a crisis. He just wanted to be the good time Charlie, waving his arms around up the front and being in receipt of adulation. This wasn't in his plan at all.
No, but, I mean, you mentioned Churchill. One of Churchill's phrases I seem to remember is, if you're in the wrong, shout louder. I mean, it's true. Do you know? And, classic Churchill was an elite.
If you're in the wrong, shout louder.
Shout louder.
Right.
People will believe, is Gory or Goebbels or one of them. If you're going to lie, keep lying and lie big.
Yeah, well,
these people are past masters.
That was also Donald Trump. Donald Trump said that if you tell anybody a lie 3 times, they'll believe it.
But how could what I find? I mean, I speak to people here in Worcester. Most people don't vote, and it's not because they're apathetic. Well, they don't. And I'll tell you why. It's not because they're apathetic. It's because when they vote, there's no difference.
Oh, please. That's just such nonsense. How can you, having just told us all about the positive points of Uncle Jezza, claim that there's no difference between the two?
Well, no, you're right. But what I said was, when we did have a difference, I mean, we had a democratic socialist. I mean, he was no revolutionary. People turned on him,
people didn't turn on him. The billionaire offshore tax-avoiding press turned on him for the very good reason that he stated years ago that were he to be elected prime minister, then he would have a serious look at the concentration of newspaper titles in the hands of very few people and do something about it. And at that point, they let out a shriek that you could hear from space. And proceeded to pound him on a daily basis with the with the guns off their ships. He had no chance. I've never seen anybody get quite so much grief from the press as Jeremy Corbyn did. I mean, in history, is there anybody? Anybody that we weren't at war with at the time? I don't think so. All right, thanks a lot, Dave. 0345 6060 973. This is that story, by the way. Boris Johnson more popular with the poor. This is a survey from June. Boris Johnson more popular among low-income voters than he is with the highest earners. Can you believe that? This is research from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation think tank. God, wouldn't it be marvellous to be able to think in a tank? It's a research into voting behaviour at last year's election found the Tories established a 15-point lead over Labour among people on low incomes. it's just amazing, really, the stuff that's happening. It is as though everything that you thought set in concrete has just been turned upside down. The report examined evidence from the British election study that found that in 2019, 45.4% of low-income voters backed the Conservatives. 30% backed Labour. 45% of low-income voters backed the Conservatives, 45. 30 backed Labour. So it looks like the billionaire-owned offshore banking newspaper magnate's attack on Uncle Jez worked a treat. It's all about the money, honey. I mean, those are the exact type of person that Jez said he would go after for a little light taxation and to take some of those highly concentrated news outlets from them. And the moment that he said that out loud, that was the end of his tilt at the top job. Those same media owners made sure of it. Among high-income voters, the figures were 40% for the Tories and 30% for Labour. So the gap was much bigger in favour of the Conservatives among the poor than among the rich. I mean, the rich still did vote Tory more than Labour because, they know with certainty that the Conservative Party has their interests, the rich people's interests, at heart. Well, of course they do. I mean, that's their thing, isn't it? The report said, remarkably, the Conservatives are now more popular among people on low incomes than they are among people on high incomes, which is incredible, really. I mean, talk about useful idiots. People have been persuaded to vote against their own best interests on both sides of the Atlantic. Why might that be?
I love the poorly educated.
I mean, what's obvious is that the poor, who are more likely to be poorly educated, have been persuaded by millionaires from Eton, backed by billionaires from tax havens, that they would be acting in the interests of the poor. I mean, and apparently it was easy to make them believe that. What's also clear is that the better off, who are more likely to be better educated, still know which party is likely to act in their best interests. I mean, overwhelmingly Tory. Just not as overwhelmingly Tory as the poor. What's going on? 0345 606, and that's going to be the name of the topic on this show from now until the end of time. What is going on? Let's have a call in France, Poitou-Charentes. Bonsoir, Sally.
Bonsoir. Comment allez-vous?
Bien, merci.
Because we're an hour ahead of you.
Yeah.
I can actually wish you bon anniversaire.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much.
And that's all I rang up to say.
Oh, really?
Bon anniversaire.
Oh. Well,
and many more of them.
Yeah.
And all that kind of thing.
Right.
And we've got you on Sunday as well.
Yes, you do.
And Monday and
No.
Tuesday? Oh,
No.
oh.
This Sunday and the following Sunday. I've got 2 extra shows for good behaviour.
Because you're a good boy.
I'm a good boy, I am.
Very good.
So what's the situation there in France? Give us a quick update on, are there local lockdowns? What's the mask wearing like? Are restaurants full? Give us an update, mate.
Right, well, it's just basically if there's a kind of hot spot, then it's masked in the street as well as indoors.
Right.
Nothing is closed. You know, it's kind of just take great care.
What about schools? Are schools back yet?
They start back on September the 1st.
Right. And are they going back?
Yes, because, I've got 2 grandchildren who are off to university, one in the north and one in the south. The one in the north is actually going back to do a master's. So they've, already spent 3 years.
Yeah.
The other one is starting, the undergraduate course. And I spoke to them both last night. And there's a mixture of kind of excitement and trepidation.
Yeah. What, because of the virus, you mean, or just because it's you're going to university and first day of term?
It's the potential for the virus to spread once people start getting highly mobile, and obviously all you can say is just be very careful and.
They're not going to be careful. Kids, they're not going to be careful. That's not what kids do.
Well, one is 21.
Yeah, that's still kids. I mean,
and very, very sensible.
Yeah.
The other one's almost 18 and a very mature 18.
Mm-hmm.
And you just keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah. What did they do with the exams? Kids just took exams, presumably in France. Did they take them, or were they just gifted an A star for excellence in being themselves?
Right. Well, in France, you have a series of tests during term time anyway.
Right.
So there are marks that are available, and what happened was they didn't sit the back exam.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just given the actual marks that the teachers, the marks that they'd earned through doing tests.
So teachers didn't just make up the grades.
It was
continuous assessment.
Yeah,
which is as it should be.
And so it's kind of reasonable. That they would have got their back anyway.
Yeah. And so were they, was there, because in this country it's just been day after day after day of this exams chaos. So has there been any of that? People have been freaking out about the results that they got?
No, because in France, if you've passed your back, you automatically have the right to go to university. And obviously some people, they have a choice of. They make a list of 10 universities when they're making their application. Loads of months ago, and they get offers. Not everybody gets an actual offer of a definite place, but if you passed your back and you do well in French, then you have the right to attend.
Right.
My grandchild was lucky because she actually got a place. At her first choice university.
Yeah.
But for all the others, because the pass rate was obviously higher this year, in some subjects it was 97%.
Yeah, well, it's the same here. Yeah, it's almost impossible to fail.
Well, it means that 7,500 extra places are required at university.
Which means they're going to have to cram into buildings that have not increased in size, but they're just going to have more people stuck in them, which seems like the opposite of what you actually want.
Yes, but it's also, a lot of it's going to be through the internet.
Oh, God. Well, that's just the worst of all worlds. I mean, if I was a student now and I was faced with going to university but not actually being able to go, sitting at home and getting my lessons online and still having to pay £9,000 a term just to go, well, you can forget about it.
But you see, the thing is here, you don't pay those kind of fees. You pay an administration fee.
How much?
€305 each year.
You hear that, kids? €305 a year. What? Exactly.
However, because of Brexit, next calendar year, because they're British, they will be liable for international student fees.
Right.
Admin fees.
Huge.
2,000.
Oh, well, still tiny, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Still
okay.
A pain.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But not
right,
much.
Well,
all right.
Enjoy
Well,
your birthday.
Thanks very much, Sally. Merci bien. 0345 6060 973. Text really €300 a year. A year. God, it's like it used to be in this country. It used to be free in this. Well, better than that. The government used to pay students to be students. People are being ripped off so bad. $9,000. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, okay, if you're doing engineering or something like that that requires enormous machines of great expense to be provided for you, then yes, I suppose so. But if you're doing geography or psychology or English or, I mean, £9,000, what for? Particularly if you're not even going to be able to go. And it's the going part that's the it of it, you know, or the extracurricular, you know, the enjoyment part, going to university. But going to university but not actually going, just getting your lessons on a computer, well, that's just ridiculous. Why would anybody pay for that? Cheem, Sandy.
Sorry. Hello, Nick. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Apart from your toe, have too many people said that yet?
No.
Sorry,
you can never have enough.
Somebody called us.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to you since the end of last year when you were doing the alphabet-y thingy.
Oh, yeah, the alphabet spaghetti.
Yeah, I love that. Yes, it's great.
I don't know what it's going to be like this. I mean, assuming that I am on this year, what's it going to be like? Because there's only one topic. But we'll have something for V and something for C. But apart from that, we'll be stumped.
Well, yes, exactly. What we're going to talk about, well, I'll think about it for you.
All right.
All right? Okay. Anyway, I think a lot of the things about the bee so far, we sort of mentioned about the ginger whinger, and I've got all these things sort of written down, semi sort of thing, not with material.
Who's the ginger whinger?
The ginger whinger, yeah, him.
Who?
Yeah.
Who?
I was wondering, actually, maybe, is it the dog in the tent? Could it be?
Are you saying that Boris Johnson is ginger?
Oh, no, I'm thinking of the wrong one, sorry. Yes, no, Boris Johnson isn't in ginger. He's quite white, isn't he?
Yeah.
They've got similar hair, haven't they? Have the sort of, yeah.
I don't know who it is you're talking about. Do you?
No, no, I didn't for a minute.
No, I've got no idea.
You kept me up from bed.
Right.
I usually listen to you in bed.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll speak to you from there next time. All right. Thanks a lot, Sandy. What was that? What was that? Jack tweets, in the 90s, I remember when AOL users were ridiculed online for being thick. AOL? Were they? Why? Why were AOL users ridiculed online for being... Here, you're a person that knows things. Why is that?
I wasn't very old.
In the 90s?
No.
Yeah, right. AOL, America Online. I mean, that's just the way that we used to get the internet, wasn't it? Anyway, he says, I remember when AOL users were ridiculed online for being thick. Unfortunately, with internet for all, social media gives them all a voice, and the failure in education is only too apparent. I'm not sure I really understand that, but then it fits right in with the rest of this show. John texts, Boris Johnson behaves as though he is our ruler, not our leader. Well, I suppose there is, there is a subtle difference. What did he look like, though? I mean, how can a grown-up who is in command of his senses present himself to the public looking like that? I mean, I know Dominic Cummings presents himself looking like a tramp because it speaks of his power. You know, everybody else around him has to get on a suit and press their shirt and wear a tie and, you know, make themselves smart. But he shambles in looking like he slept in the street because, he's so powerful that he doesn't have to make an effort. So that's the very unsubtle message that's being sent by his appearance. You know, with the beanie hat and all the rest of that ridiculous garb that he dresses in. But Boris Johnson, I mean, for crying out loud, you're supposed to be running the country. You're our logo. People abroad look at you as the most important person in the land. Can you not smarten yourself up just a bit? I mean, I know it's your brand, but good grief, those pictures of you in the press that made you look like Benny from Crossroads, like Wurzel Gummidge's slow brother. It's like we voted the village idiot for the top job. Buy a comb. At the very least. Stop wearing a bobble hat. I mean, it's August. Why was he wearing a woolen bobble hat? Simon in Windsor says, please point out to that young lady that having to sell your house to pay for care is not actually a Tory policy. In fact, when Corbyn nearly beat Theresa May, it was her policy of saying that you were going to raise the threshold before you had to pay that nearly lost them the election. Yeah, they call it... it doesn't seem completely unreasonable, does it? I mean, we can't afford it. So it has to be paid for by someone. Why should the young pay for the old to be taken care of? I mean, why does it always have to fall on the young, who've got a really bad deal from just being young, from having missed the boat? Older people bought their house for £300, and now it's worth £1 million. And none of that increase in the value of their asset has been taxed. It doesn't seem fair, really, does it? Why should somebody who has an unearned £1 million to their name have their care paid for by somebody who is got so little that they're renting? That doesn't seem fair. Anyway, we're not really talking about that. Patrick in Guildford says, Nick, ask those kids why the big fuss about university if it turns out barely sentient rubber heads like the ones we elected to power. Does that make sense? Maybe I read it wrong. Should I read it again?
No.
Ask those kids why the big fuss about university if it turns out barely sentient rubber heads like the ones we elected to power. Oh, you mean if the universities turn out barely sentient rubber heads like the ones we elect? Right, I get you. It's all in the punctuation, of which there was none. Steph says, Nick, it's simple. The left and their political correctness have driven everyone to the right. The left and their political correctness. Well, I've said this before, but mostly political correctness is just being polite.
Be polite!
It's just not being rude. Can you bring yourself to not be rude for 10 minutes?
No.
People complaining about political correctness on and on. I mean, okay, some people do go a little bit too far, but mostly political correctness is just being polite. The left and their political correctness. And the subtext of that is that you can't say all of the words that you used to be able to say in the 1970s, all the Will Tappers and Shunters social club rules. All of the words that, the Bernard Mannings of the world used to say, to much hilarity all round. You know the words that I'm talking about, but you can't say those out loud now. You can't scream them from the stands at a football match, even if, when you could go to a football match. Oh, God, when's that coming back? We can't go on like this, can we? The whole country is like a prize fighter that's been hit to the ground. And then, as we gingerly try to get back up again, we continue to be hit back down by those that are supposed to be taking care of us. These constant rolling lockdowns. How are we going to survive economically, apart from anything else, this constant in-out, in-out? And Birmingham is next. The good people of Oldham, Pendle and Blackburn. Joe Tex, selling your home to pay for care home fees in later life was first introduced in the 1980s by Margaret Thatcher. You remember Margaret Thatcher, don't you?
Boo!
Yes, that's her. Steve says, Boris belongs in Last of the Summer Wine. He could be Compo's brother. Yeah, he does belong in Last of the Summer Wine. An unfunny comedy. L in Essex says, we're witnessing the end of empire and it's the turn of the East. The only people that don't seem to realise this is governments, and they no longer care. Which is why we have the two blonde clowns in charge. They're just doing the last knockings for the banks and corporations. Then they'll be off to make even more money for them greedy selves. For them greedy selves. What do you say to that, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He's in agreement. And Lucas in Twickenham says, political correctness is young people telling old people how to behave. That wouldn't work any time in history. Oh, please. It's not telling you how to behave. It's suggesting that you might want to just be polite.
Be polite!
Things move on. What was acceptable before it becomes unacceptable to some point in the future. It's always been that way. If you want to stay stuck in the past, then take a bus there. Go to, I don't know, where's stuck in the past? Budley Salterton. There you go. Take a bus to Budley Salterton if you want to live in the past. Let's have Beverly. Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, if I'm going to be polite, great news that you're on Sunday.
Thanks.
I was going to talk to you about game changers, because we had another one this week, Matt Hancock again. Dissolving Public Health England was going to be, and creating another quango is another game changer. And if you think back, the first game changer was putting the army in charge of distributing the non-existent PPE, was the first game changer. Then Public Health England increasing the testing was going to be another game changer. Then we had the antibody test, another game changer. Nightingale Hospitals, another game changer. The app, another game changer. Track and trace, another game changer. I mean, he hasn't even learned. I mean, he's had 10 game changers that haven't worked, and he's just had another game changer by dissolving Public Health England. Where is the man's brains?
Well, I think these are all distraction bombs. It seems that the government, whatever the issue that they're facing, seems to think, what would Donald Trump do? As weird as that sounds, I think that that's what occurs to them first. What would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would dissolve the very organisation that is trying to negotiate its way out of this crisis. I mean, while we're in the middle of this, they've dissolved Public Health England. Of course, it was a body that was set up to fight this exact scenario, this virus, that Boris Johnson tried to... Well, he did dissolve it at the end of last year, despite the fact that they were warning him that if a virus came along, which was very likely, even then they knew it was coming, that it would be a catastrophic move on his part, but he went ahead and did it anyway. It just seems... which is exactly mirroring what Donald Trump did. It's as though they're working in consort with each other.
In which case, we should expect this week announcements from Boris on his love for nature, because Trump this week said he didn't want to condemn mosquitoes or sharks. He didn't want to upset nature lovers in the US. So Boris should now be coming out with something about otters or foxes or something in the next week, because that will mirror what Trump said.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite what Donald Trump said. I think he said that he wouldn't give any money to anybody that wanted to save a shark, and a mosquito was buzzing him, which is its right, by the way.
Which is true. And he also said that he didn't agree with Bannon, which was also quite an interesting thing, in that he was a devotee of Bannon for quite a long time.
Yeah, Donald Trump knows all of the best people and then hires them and gives them a job and then fires them, and they subsequently get arrested and put in prison.
So when's it going to happen to Scummings then?
That's called draining the swamp, according to Donald Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you're draining the swamp, you've got to remember that it's very difficult when you're up to your backside in alligators.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. I think I've read all of those. Wow. I am doing very well. I'm right up to date. How about that? So Birmingham looks like it may be next. The in-out game. An intensive care doctor working in Birmingham has said that putting the entire city under lockdown would be risk-averse because new cases are being driven by clusters in separate parts of the city. I bet I know where they're coming from. It couldn't possibly be from the reopening of restaurants, could it? With Rish's Mealer deal. Dr. Ron, who works for the University Hospitals in Birmingham, says the increase in coronavirus cases is not a citywide problem. And official figures show that Birmingham's infection rate has more than doubled over the past fortnight to around 25 new cases for every 100,000 people. In other words, hardly anybody at all. And they're even considering locking down Birmingham, the second biggest city in the country. Are you people crazy? Birmingham is expected to be placed on a national watch list from today. We've got our eye on you. That means it will be offered enhanced support to avoid further cases. Which sounds alarming. What does that mean? Enhanced support? I'm going to send you the army. He's going to requisition some water cannon. See if you can't find those Waffen-Squirter 9000s that were taken away from Boris Johnson. Birmingham is expected to be placed on a national watch list. Local health bosses warned residents of the city, that is 1.1 million people, that what we do in the next 7 days will decide if we go into lockdown or not. Well, I tell you what's going to happen in the next 7 days. Cases are going to go up. Of course they are. As soon as people come out, cases will go up. I mean, is there any doubt about that? And I bet there's one thing that will cause cases to go up. Rishi's Mealer deal. I mean, talk about confusing messages. Birmingham has around 25 new cases of coronavirus for every 100,000 people. That's between August the 11th and the 17th, up from just 11 in the first week of the month. So it's gone up from 11 to 25 for every 100,000 people. So virtually no change at all. I mean, okay, 25 is over 100% more than 11, but 2 is 100% more than 1. It's still a small number. In-depth government statistics, which are published on a map by the Department of Health. Is the Department of Health still in existence? We'll check. In-depth government statistics, which are published on a map by the Department of Health, show no specific ward in Birmingham is responsible for the city's soaring infection rate, but a handful have all recorded several cases. So, in other words, it's really spread out. How can you even consider locking down an entire city just because of that? Risk averse doesn't even come into it. It seems like an overreaction to a previous underreaction. Still being stung by the reaction of the press to their late acceptance of reality. They don't want to be get any further criticism in that regard, so they charge in the opposite direction. I maintain that in the future, historians will look back at this as the biggest overreaction to anything in history. I was talking to a friend of mine who's high up in a hospital trust, runs a department in hospital. He says there's absolutely nothing for them to do. They're sitting around, twiddling their thumbs. The place is empty. They've got hardly any cases coming in. If you want a treatment to a condition that is ruining your life, like your knees are out or you need a new hip or stuff like that, he said, forget it. You can't even get on a waiting list to get on a waiting list. The National Health Service is still switched off. I mean, if you are in want of cancer treatment, then yes, I suppose we can see you if we must. Other than that, the NHS doesn't exist anymore. There's an entire departments just sitting around with nothing to do. Because they have all of these rules and regulations. You must completely scrub down an operating theatre between patients. Now, I thought that they had to maintain cleanliness anyway, but apparently it's gone way beyond that. They virtually have to boil them in acid between patients, so as to be completely safe. Well, there's no such thing as being completely safe. And it's caused the waiting lists to become the longest in history. And they're becoming longer with every passing second of every passing day. And as they get longer, people in hospital who want to actually help people, it's their mission in life, just sitting around with nothing to do. Amazing. Anyway, Public Health Director Dr. Justin Varney warned that Birmingham is at a knife-edge moment. The next 5 to 10 days are critical. Are you listening, Birmingham? Labour MP Khalid Mahmood blamed Birmingham's escalating coronavirus crisis. Get this. See, I was completely correct in every respect. Khalid Mahmood, who represents the Perry Bar constituency, blamed Birmingham's escalating coronavirus crisis on diners flocking to crowded restaurants to make the most out of the Eat Out to Help Out scheme. Doesn't really make sense. I mean, it does make sense to revivify the restaurant trade. Whether it's actually doing that or not is questionable. I mean, it may just be shifting behaviour from eating out at the weekend to eating out Monday to Wednesday. But to cram people into restaurants while at the same time telling people to stay far apart from each other, does that make sense?
No.
Khalid Mahmood, who represents the Perry Bar constituency, claimed that Chancellor Rishi Sunak's deal, which has allowed diners to enjoy up to 50% discounts on meals throughout August, has been, quotes, really detrimental. Well, I mean, talk about mixed messages again. I mean, the government is saying that you must all slim down because Boris Johnson caught sight of himself in a mirror. And at the same time, they're giving us a discount on junk food. Is anybody thinking this stuff through?
No.
He said, if you look at any big restaurant in Birmingham, says Khalid Mahmood, who represents the Perry Bar constituency, if you look at any big restaurant in Birmingham, they have been filled to the hilt. And it's difficult to do social distancing, he said. While it's been good for the trade, it hasn't helped with not transmitting COVID. Of course not. He says places are trying their best with social distancing, but when restaurants are totally full in some areas of Birmingham, it's difficult to do that. Mr. Mahmood said it went wrong ever since it was revealed that senior advisor Dominic Cummings took a now infamous trip across England in May during lockdown when he had coronavirus symptoms. Yes, that was the moment. He said, I think it went wrong ever since Dominic Cummings had that visit, and I think people stopped believing in what was going on. They did behave immaculately up to then, and then when they realised there is one rule for one and one rule for others, and the weather was getting warmer, people just went off and they did what they wanted. That was the moment. Yes, it was. But, never mind. It's not like it's serious. It's not like it's life or death. I did forget to mention that households in Oldham, Pendle and Blackburn will be banned from socialising together from midnight tonight, as in 8 minutes. You've got 8 minutes to get your shenanigans in.
Disgusting.
Oldham, Pendle and Blackburn. These are the towns that are on the COVID-19 watch list. We've got our eye on you. Pendham, Oldham, Blackburn with Darwin. Those are the three that from midnight, apparently, will be banned from, intermingling with each other. Keep your hands where we can see them. Plus, these are the towns on the COVID-19 watch list. Bradford, Leicester, Calderdale, Burnley, Preston, Rochdale, Manchester, Tameside, Salford, Bolton, Bury, Kirklees, Hindbourne, Stockport, Trafford, Wigan, Rossendale, Luton, Swindon, Northampton, Newark and Sherwood, Oadby and Wigston, Sandwell, Wakefield, Bedford and Peterborough, wherever that is. And that sounds like everywhere. We're watching everywhere. Let's have Seven Oaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi there.
Mark.
Sally was saying that we're leaving the single market and customs union at the end of the year, but
won't it be fabulous?
Well, I was wondering whether you think that will really happen because,
yes.
Well, Scotland, it seems, will leave as a result of that, and wouldn't that split the Conservative Party?
How do you mean?
Well, Nicola Sturgeon has said that if she's not given a referendum because of the Brexit, then she's going to make it an issue in the May Scottish elections to give her a mandate to effectively do a UDI, to get independence anyway.
There should be a second referendum in Scotland. Of course there should be, because the circumstances have changed utterly. They've been dragged out of the glorious European Rainbow Alliance against their wishes.
Well, yes.
As, by the way, are most of the people in England and Wales. Most of the people in England and Wales do not want to leave the European Union. I mean, I've said that over and over and over again. It is indisputable. A minority of people voted for a party. But is it raining where you are?
I don't think so.
It sounds like you're caught in a storm. Must be a terrible line. Mobile phones, they are rubbish, aren't they?
No, I think it's probably a bit near the computer with its fan.
Oh, the computer, right. Where was I?
You were saying that the majority of people didn't want to leave the EU, and I agree with you.
Of course they don't, for very obvious and excellent reasons.
Yes, but the point is that Boris Johnson has said that he won't provide the referendum, and Sturgeon has said she's going to turn the elections into a referendum on the issue. But surely the Conservative Party is not going to like Scotland leaving, and that it seems the only way to stop them will be to stop leaving the single market and customs union.
Yeah, but that's already been done. That's a done deal. The money has been bet on the outcome, and billions of pounds are at stake, and he's going to die dead in a ditch if rather than it come to any other outcome.
Well, if it splits the Conservative Party, then those people with a nice safe seat, like my MP, will no longer have a safe seat. And
well,
so
I don't know what you mean by split the Conservative Party. What are you talking about?
Well, it's a Conservative and Unionist party. The Conservatives are very much against the splitting up of the UK. And it seems that the only way you could reasonably stop that would be to at least delay the coming out of the single market and customs union.
Right, or just denying Scotland a second vote.
That can't be done because there'll be a vote in May, and
yeah, but not on that.
Well, it will be on that if it's put that way to the electors, and they can't send the army in to arrest the Parliament in Edinburgh. I mean, this is not Spain. The army won't stand for it apart from anything else. I remember when a Conservative minister told the colonel in charge of the regiment that has green goddesses during a fireman's strike, during the army firefighting people. He said he was going to order him to commandeer the civil fireman's equipment. And he came on television almost immediately to say that under no circumstances would he do that because the firefighters rely on each other as firefighters to get themselves out of trouble, strike or no strike, and he wasn't going to disrupt that. And the reporter said to him, "But you're a member of the army. You have to follow orders." He just said, "I won't do it." And I think I don't think it's any more likely that the British Army, which is the British Army.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any indication that the army. I mean, who says the army's going to go there? You just made it up in order to refute it.
Who else could stop them?
An election won't be a referendum. It'll just be an election on whether people like wee Surgeon Sturgeon or not.
But if they put it in the election,
yes, but that's like saying that the general election that we just had that elected Boris Johnson wasn't to elect Boris Johnson at all. It was to elect Brexit, but that's not true. Regardless of the fact that that's the only thing they ran on.
Well, Johnson didn't get a majority in the election.
You don't have to. You just have to get a third. You have to fool a third of the population, just like Trump. You just have to get a third. That's all. That's all required.
But if they're not permitting the referendum, then it would be politically arguable that the only way they can exercise their rights in that respect would be to do it by providing a mandate to the local government to carry it out anyway.
I'm totally lost. They're not going to do it. It won't happen.
But don't you think that Sturgeon will either will probably arrange a referendum on her own if she gets the mandate to do so?
Can you legally do that?
It's freedom of speech. Anybody can organise a poll on anything.
Right, well, yeah, but then it doesn't... If you just organise a poll on something, then it doesn't make it legal. It doesn't make the outcome legally binding.
Well, it's legally binding on who? I mean, this is a political question. If the Scottish Government decides it's going to follow the result of the referendum, if there's a significant vote in favour of independence, what can anybody do about it? After all, Scotland has its own legal system already. I mean, who's going to say that it's not possible to do that?
But the Prime Minister of the country? I don't know. I wouldn't imagine it was Lewisham. Hello, Barry.
Hello there, Nick.
Barry.
Hello there. Right, bear with me. There was once a man named the Magic Grandpa, and he said, test, test, test. I remember that very clearly. It was headlines. Test, test, test.
Yeah. Test, test, test.
Contact.
Yeah. It seems to me that an important element of reopening the economy, stopping the virus in the first place, stopping the spread of the virus, quantifying the virus, being able to allow things to return to normal, you need to have a comprehensive testing program in place. Right? I don't know if anyone's noticed the irony that the person who's supposed to be in charge of this non-existent testing program has now been put in charge of the entire response to the pandemic. We don't have the tools necessary to do what we need to do, which is to return to normal.
Yes, which I find slightly suspicious, don't you? I'll say it again. At every turn, this government seems to think, what would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would put in charge of the virus testing program somebody who is ideologically opposed to virus testing. Now, I'm not saying that that's what we've done, but it's there or thereabouts. That shut you up. He disappeared. He accidentally cut himself off. Ealing. Oh, no, I've got to fade that down first. Ealing, Anthony.
Hello, Nick. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is to wish us a happy birthday, you and me.
Really? On the same day?
It's our birthday now.
Eh? Wow.
And I don't know how you're in your 50s, but I'm 83 now.
83 years old.
Yeah. And I was born, you're absolutely spot on about the health service. The health service is gone. And it's being absolutely ruined by the present lot of GPs, most of them you are not attending. I mean, the phone is no good. And I do have a phone number if I need to call the doctor to come and see me, of a private doctor. So we've gone back to a private service, which we had when I was born 83 years ago. My mother had a home confinement with a private doctor who was half blinking drunk. I had a very traumatic birth. So, I mean, that's what we've gone back to. And being an ancient age, I supported, at 7 years old, Clement Attlee, I'm reading his autobiography at the moment, who set up the National Health Service in 1947. And now it's being destroyed. You're absolutely spot on, because these damn cowardly GPs will only do things on the phone, and that's not health service, especially some of my age. It's absolute rubbish. They've destroyed it. You're absolutely spot on.
Well, it doesn't seem as though they've saved it at all. They switched it off and have failed, apparently, to switch it back on again. Like I said, I was talking to a doctor at a major hospital, runs a department, and his staff are sitting around with nothing to do. They've got empty beds, empty theatres, and a waiting list as that could go from the moon and back.
Yeah. Well, at least in the health service, at least the hospital doctors, although they never paid them enough money, the juniors, were employed directly by the National Health. The trouble with the GPs they were allowed to set up their own little empires and run like a cab firm. Just a load of cowboys. And they weren't employed directly by the government, by the NHS. They should have been. I mean, Attlee, instead of being a social democrat, should have been a communist. And he shouldn't have been afraid of the private sector. And that's what should have happened.
It doesn't seem right that in this country, once we have paid, I mean, one of the problems with the NHS is that it's free at the point of use, so people think it is free. But it's not, of course. You pay a lot of money for it. It's called taxes. That's where much of your taxes goes on the NHS. But that you now have to pay privately to be seen with, your eyes or your knees or your hips or whatever it is that is a great impediment to you, perhaps ruining your life. And you have to pay privately on top of the money that you've already given if you want to be seen. And if you can't pay privately or you don't want to pay privately, then they're not going to treat you. Those are your two options. You either pay twice or you get nothing.
And on top of that, the GPs who are not coming out to see you, they still get paid so much a year for you for being on their list.
Right.
So, I mean, it's a double whammy, isn't it?
I can understand that a GP wouldn't want an endless line of people clogging up their surgery of sick people, but that was the job. I mean, they knew that was likely to be the case when they took that job on in the first place, didn't they?
Exactly. And they were allowed... You see, the trouble is, I think Attlee was too afraid of the private sector and the private doctors. And the way the GPs were set up was wrong. And they run themselves like a cab firm, a little business, independent of the health service, except that unlike cab firms don't get paid automatically every year for potential customers, whereas the GPs do.
Right.
Which is quite appalling. I mean, I won't talk to them anymore because I'd be abusive to them.
You don't?
Because I'm an old 83-year-old and I remember the health service being set up.
You don't talk to GPs anymore?
Well, they're just rubbish. They're just... I put in repeat prescriptions. I talk to the receptionists. I don't want to talk to them. They're cowardly and rotten, most of them, and it's all an excuse to be the COVID virus. Well, they can wear protection if they come along and see me. They can wear better protection than me. They're just thoroughly rotten. I don't say it's every surgery, but I would say it's probably 80% of surgeries in this country who are acting just on the phone. I don't have the internet anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is quite ludicrous, it's disgusting, and I've just got no time for them. If I want a doctor to come here, I've got the number of a private service, and I will have to pay, just as we did way back, before Attlee set up the health service.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Anthony. 0345 6060 973. So you've got to pay twice, in other words. You want to get seen, you've got to pay twice. Unless you are, on the verge of death, and then they will see you. And in that regard, it hasn't really changed that much. Since, like before and after COVID, it's pretty much the same. If you have an emergency, then the NHS is excellent. It's among the best in the world, no doubt about it. If you just had a car crash and you're, bleeding from your every orifice, then they will see you, toot sweet, and you'll get excellent treatment. Anything other than that, then they're fresh out of options. Graham texts, here in Bradford, we've had a rigid lockdown for weeks, and no one pays a blind bit of notice. We are a lawless nation. Huh. Well, I'm not sure that that's true. I don't think we are a lawless nation. I continue to be surprised about how well everybody's taking this. I mean, it has become... it has come to the point now that, like I said before, it does feel as though this country is a punch-drunk fighter that has been knocked to the canvas, and every time we try to get back up again, we're knocked back down again. How can we get back up if we keep getting knocked back down? And this rolling lockdown thing, every time they see 10 people who have caught this thing, then they're talking about locking down entire towns. And like I said last week, everything is connected. If you make an engine, for instance, in Manchester, say, then all of the parts from that engine do not come from Manchester. They come from all over. They come from here, there and everywhere, baby. They come from all of the places that I just listed just now, wherever that list is. Where's that list? There you go. I bet they come from places like Pendle and Oldham and Blackburn and Bradford and Leicester and Calderdale and Burnley and Preston and Rochdale and Manchester, Tameside, Salford, Bolton, Bury, Kirklees, Hyndburn, all of these places. They don't exist as individual entities. They're all dependent on each other. And you lock down one and you've disrupted some supply chain. You won't get your Winchester, your widget from Kirklees, which means you can't make your engine. It's impossible to revivify an economy if you're constantly shutting down bits of it. Madness. And I don't think we're a lawless nation. I think that we've taken this particularly well, amazingly well, considering all of the reasons for us not to take it well. They're just coming thick and fast. I mean, the excess deaths, the abysmal performance by comparison to our closest neighbours. Dominic Blooming Cummings going and breaking the very rules that he was key in forming. I mean, that was a biggie. And yet still we're obeying the law, pretty much. I mean, I don't know what's going on in Bradford. I'll have to take your word for it, Graham. Who, to recap, says, here in Bradford, we've had a rigid lockdown for weeks and no one pays a blind bit of notice. We are a lawless nation. Huh. And on the subject of doctors, I mean, I can... there's some things that's come from the virus that are good. The idea of not going on this crazy commute every day, twice a day. Most people don't have to do that. And so it's good that it's been brought home to businesses that they don't have to put their staff through that. It is not completely necessary for most businesses. But also, seeing a GP is a pain. I mean, most people have jobs. They used to, anyway. And you want to see a GP, you've got to take a half day off work. I mean, you can't book just an hour off work, because if your appointment is at 9, the GP might not see you till 10. I mean, you know what that's like. Sitting, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and you think, well, has my name actually dropped off the list? Have they lost my details? Am I still in a queue, or have I just dropped through the system? But if you're on a phone, you don't even have to leave work. I mean, many people just need a phone call, right? Or they do it on Zoom or in Skype. You could Skype your doctor. Point your camera at your area and say, have you ever seen anything like this before? He'll pop some ointment in the post, squirt it all over. So sometimes it is good to see a doctor by phone. Previously, they wouldn't allow that. You've got to come in person. But now, you can get an appointment on the phone. But a lot of people don't want that. It's not appropriate for everybody. And if that is all that you can get now, well, that's not good enough, is it? Jose in Bow says, I was in hospital recently for 10 days. I went in without COVID and came out positive. All the fantastic nurses wore full PPE. How on earth did that happen? And they think us normal people are protecting ourselves wearing silly bits of cloth whilst buying spuds. I don't think so, says Josie in Bow. Something along those lines. Yes. I mean, I know I've said this before, but can you imagine us still doing that? Because I just forget. I just breeze into some shop and I forget. And then you're 10 feet in and you see everybody else in there who's got one on. You think, oh, God, I left it in the car. I'll be back in a minute. Every now and again, you just, you forget. And then it's brought back to you, the horror of it. I mean, can you imagine that... because they're saying that this is how it's going to be until we get a vaccine. Well, suppose we don't get a vaccine. There's no indication that we're going to get a vaccine. There's no indication that we're going to get a cure for this. It might be with us forever. Is this it? Forever? We're going to wear a mask forever? And if not forever, then at some point we're going to say, okay, let's just forget this. And what is that point going to be? And if at some point, then why not now? Fife, Andy.
Hello there, Nick. First of all, happy birthday to you.
Thanks.
There you go. What I was going to speak to you about was the gentleman was speaking about Scottish independence. Now, I think you made an excellent point, first of all, about a necessity now for probably to have a second referendum in Scotland, because 62% of people in Scotland in the referendum on Europe and the EU said and voted to stay in the EU, and we were promised that back in 2014 that if we voted, if we wanted to stay in the EU, then we voted to stay in the EU, then that would be what would be promised in Scotland. And
it was 60-some% in Scotland vote in the EU referendum to stay in. Overwhelmingly, the good people of Scotland want to stay in the European Union.
Yes, we do want to stay in, Nick, and that's where we're all behind the good people of England like yourself who supported staying in. So we're totally with you in solidarity there, Nick.
But on the other hand, I'd have to say that it's much less clear about leaving the splitting off from the rest of Britain.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about that the man was speaking about whether it would be like it could maybe be in Spain, in Catalonia. I agreed with you, tend to agree with you on that. I don't think that would come yet. I'm not saying that in the future that if the British government, English government, the British government were in a corner with it and they would maybe use the military in the future, but I think that's very, very unlikely. I think you're correct. What I would say though is that he was saying about how the process would be to get another referendum, and it's called a Section 30, Nick. It's a piece of legal legislation where Nicola Sturgeon would have to ask Boris Johnson for a legal thing called a Section 30 to be able to actually hold a referendum, and there's been a lot of debate about whether he would give that or not. And if
he won't.
He won't at the moment. But the argument is that maybe if after the Scottish parliamentary elections, if there was a majority of people who voted for independence parties, such as the SNP and other smaller parties, that he may be compelled to actually to do that. And
you really believe that? He's going to be shamed into it.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I know what you're saying, because there's been polls brought out now, Nick, about polls for independence in Scotland, and I think you've probably seen it on the news yourself.
About 50-50, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's 54% now. They're saying 55%.
Right.
The polls have been coming out now, and that's been on the TV, and you always say to us to look to the main news, and 54-55%. I think it's because of what's been happening and how Scotland with Boris has been treated, and not just Scotland though. I mean, I think the problem is people will say, this is what's happened in Scotland. There's been a lot of people in England that have been treated badly by Boris either as well, so it's not just in Scotland, but I think it's, as I say, I do feel for people in England who supported, staying in the EU and as well. So, but I mean, the other question would be as well, Nick, is if we did get independence, would we be able in Scotland to join the EU again? Because there was a debate around that whether Spain would want us to join, and because that might give the wrong signals to the Catalonians who are supporting independence. So, would they allow us to join again the EU? I mean, certainly Nicola Sturgeon's visited leading EU officials and had nice relationships with them and supported the EU and said it's Scottish people are behind staying in the EU, but whether or not would we be able, what's your view on that?
I've got absolutely no idea. I mean, I've given up on trying to predict where 2020 is going.
I know, haven't we all, Nick? I mean, like you say, January you were saying, welcome to New Year 2020, and then it's all gone pear-shaped.
Exactly.
I mean, like I'm working from home now as well. I was working out in a call centre, and now I'm working at home. And I tell you what, it's great being able to just get up in the morning, a lot later, just jump in the shower, get something to eat, and then just start work.
Right,
it's fantastic.
Yes.
Absolutely, it's really good now.
It is really good. We have been shown a better way of life. A life that many of us thought did exist for some people, but we might never be able to actually experience for ourselves. And this working from home thing is absolutely part of that. And I think that it is fast-forwarded changes that may have taken 10 or 20 years. And changes which seem obvious in their benefits. I mean, not joining the daily commute has so many benefits. Where do I even begin? Well, apart from the pollution, apart from the cost of it, and all the tiredness that goes with it, and the exhaustion, and the lack of sleep, and the diseases that you catch on public transport, apart from anything else.
Disgusting.
Cramming yourself in with all of those people, the coughing, sneezing people. I mean, even if COVID didn't exist, it would be better not to cram yourself in like that. All right, thanks a lot, Andy. 0345 6060 973. And working from home is absolutely part of that. Of course it is. And people are saying, we must go back, for all of the businesses that the infrastructure around office blocks. We must go back for the benefit of the City of London, or for the centre of Manchester, or wherever it might be. Why? To save some sandwich shops? Those chain sandwich shops are owned by foreign tax-avoiding hedge funds. And it will be just one of the many businesses in their portfolio. Billions and billions of pounds they make, and pay virtually nothing at all in tax. Those people we're going to save? Why? And a lot of companies that were just stumbling along, not really making any money, not really getting anywhere, just like zombie companies, which would have failed eventually, are going to fail quickly because of this. And that would be bad for the people that work there, but those jobs were on the way out anyway. And other better jobs perhaps may open up. Maybe not in the short term. This is the problem with change, is that it inconveniences, to put it mildly, people in the short term, but may have long-term benefits. It's just that the speed of change, added to everything else, is going to cause massive problems in the short term, which sadly is where we all live. We don't live in the long term. People don't really plan for the long term. They don't care about the long term. We're developmentally, the human race is still about 3 years old, and we want our pleasure right now. We're not prepared to wait. Well, and every time there's churn, which is what's happening now, then there's a lot of people who are going to be negatively affected by it. But similarly, there will be people who will find new opportunities, better jobs, new ways to start businesses and make money, and all of that. All of that's true. But in the short term, there's going to be a lot of negative. That's what churn does. Philip in Harrow says, this state-sponsored fear-mongering over rising COVID infections is grotesque. So what if a few more younger people are catching the virus? The government and its advisers seemed determined to keep their hands tight around the neck of this country until all life, economic and social, is extinguished. It's wanton destruction, and, like you say, future historians will look back on this time as when we went totally mad. Well, I didn't actually say that, but close. The government and its advisers seem determined to keep their hands tight around the neck of this country until all life, economic and social, is extinguished. I'm not sure it's that. I mean, that would really imply that they are just flat-out evil and are only interested in the destruction of the country, and I'm not sure that's right. I think that they're trying to gain positive press for themselves by reacting to whatever it is the press says about their latest missteps. Oh, they didn't like that, so let's go in the opposite direction completely. They didn't like it when we were late on the on lockdowns, so let's be on the front foot to lock down anywhere that this virus emerges again. And both extremes seem to be damaging. I'll say it again, if only we'd done a Sweden, always so perfect. I know they've had a lot of deaths, but everywhere's had a lot of deaths. They've had fewer deaths than we have, and their economy hasn't sunk into the mire like ours has. And people have just been able to get on with their lives, which is not something that is valueless. I mean, that people can just get on with their lives and go and sit in a cafe and walk into a shop without a face nappy and all of these other restrictions that are governing us now, just getting on with their lives. You know, this isn't a rehearsal. We can't have this time back. This is our lives. And I'll say it again. If at some point in the future they say, okay, look, you can stop wearing a mask now. This has gone on too long. I mean, it's like 3, 4, 5, 10 years now we've been wearing a mask, and we've still got no vaccine. Let's just forget it from now on. And if at some point in the future they're going to decide that, which seems likely, then what's going to precipitate that change? What line are we going to cross that will make it unnecessary in the future to wear masks, assuming that there is no vaccine? And if at some point in the future, then why not tomorrow or next week or the 1st of October? You know, why all the way in the future? Why not now-ish? There is no proper answer to that. They're just making it up as they go along. But then I suppose all governments in the world are doing the exact same thing with varying degrees of success.
Like you. Do you like me?
Yeah, sure, why not? Balham, hello, Rosie.
Hi there, Nick. I always like your program.
Thanks.
I've spoken to you before about Priti Patel and what I think of her.
Oh, yeah.
I do. Anyway, about GPs, Nick, I used to have some very good GPs at the practice I'm with for over 20 years.
Yeah.
And now they've all been replaced by some sort of robots. They don't know what they're doing. They can't give medicines, which I've been on for so long. I have to buy most of my medicines. I have to go private for most things. And even I've got a private GP, but I'm not going out because of this virus. But they get into arguments about medicines I've been on for years and years. And the chemist knows better than they do. I don't know why they're GPs. I mean, half my family are doctors and specialists. My uncle was a GP. But the way they're treating their patients and getting good money from the government for having us on their list, I mean, they're just absolutely useless now. I don't know what kind of degrees they're getting, but I don't think they should be doctors in the first place.
But what do you mean? What do you mean they've been replaced by robots?
And the way they talk, I mean, they're arguing about medications which I've been on with practice doctors who were before them, and I'm buying most of my medicines. Some of the medicines are available over the counter in other countries. Here you need a prescription to get them. But then the last time I spoke to a GP at this practice where I am in Balham, she was arguing with me, and when I was trying to tell her I'd been on this before, and the chemist says this is the right way to do it, you know? And she said, what I'm going to do is send you a photocopy of the rules and regulations. And that was her reply. And I couldn't get a word in edgeways. I couldn't say I've been with your practice. I've been with so many GPs before you. But this is the kind of experience I'm getting now. They just don't want to do anything, give anything, as if the money's coming out of their own pockets. You know, so I don't know why they're GPs in the first place. They don't want to do anything. That's it. A telephone conversation. Even on that conversation, they're not being very helpful. They're being argumentative. Yeah, really. I mean, they're treating a patient as if he's begging them for some medicine, which they've been on for years and years. And I'm going to send you a photocopy of the regulations. I'll keep the regulations, and then God knows what kind of people they are. But it's terrible trying to talk to a GP now. I've got some repeat prescription, only one medicine, by the way, and the chemist just puts in a request and I get that medicine. But talking to a GP, waste of time, absolute.
Right.
And they get good money too. I know they get paid
they do.
very
Well,
well.
that's true. Yeah. I did not know any of that. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wish you all the best with your medicines, and hope you can get the whatever it is that you need.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
But one more point.
And
Everybody's
another
looking-
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's looking like a letterbox with the mask on. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. You get the point, I think.
A little bit. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Rosie. 0345 6060 973. Yeah. I'm. It doesn't seem to make any sense. I mean, on the one hand, the government is saying that you must wear a mask in public, and on the other hand, the government is actually giving you money to cram yourself into an indoor space where you don't wear a mask. And neither, by the way, do the people that are serving you. I did that Rishi Mealer deal, and the people that were serving me didn't wear a mask. I was definitely expecting them to be wearing masks. Wait persons. I mean, I know it's not conducive to forming a relationship with your customers, but I thought that was, the done thing. That waiters would be wearing a mask. I mean, just for their own protection, apart from anything else, because it's just a stream of non-mask wearing people going into restaurants all day long. But they don't have to. We do, but they don't. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, they're handling your food, they're leaning over you, taking your order. I mean, you're not exactly swapping saliva with them, but it's almost. And it just seems like the ideal way to catch a disease, doesn't it? And yet the government are encouraging us to do it. What bizarre times we're living in, eh? Nothing seems to make sense anymore. Let's see if this next fella can make something out of it. Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yeah, you're right, Nick. Everything's becoming a total farce, isn't it? I mean, the latest one, you've got the students and teachers whinging and moaning about the grades. I mean, I've got a Z. I'm not whinging.
You got a Z.
No. But what I'm trying to say, Nick, is everything is getting overblown on everything. You're right about the virus. You know, I mean, it's coming to a stage now where you might as well, the people who are at most danger, they know, keep locked away and just let the rest go about as though nothing has happened now. Because you've got to get herd immunity for the ones who are at danger to come back out, Nick. You know, it's just people dying slowly, Nick, which is awful. We don't want people dying. But they're locking these places down now, Nick. Is it Oldham, Pendle, what's the other one? Blackburn, is it?
Yeah.
And they're locking them down, Nick. And you're obviously going to have more people, you're not dying of it, but more things of catching it, you know, with the tests. And you're doing more tests, aren't you? So you're going to get more. But the main thing is, there's no deaths, really, is there?
Well, this is the thing. The government, I don't think, has really recognised this development in that the disease itself is either becoming less damaging, it's sort of morphed into something that's less deadly, or our ability to fight it has improved. Maybe a bit of both, but it's not the death sentence for certain individuals that it used to be. So the way of fighting it must surely change.
They said, Nick, I think it was 6 or 8 deaths the other day, which you don't want any, but it's hardly any, is it, in the big picture?
No.
Right? And they said, out of all deaths, I think it was 2% were COVID. So 98% were deaths from other things.
Other things, yeah.
And, you know, I just think it's crazy the way we're going about this now. How long can it drag on for, Nick, as you keep saying now? You're right on this.
I can't believe that we're in agreement on anything. But so this is how weird this year is getting. You and I are actually in agreement on something.
But you're right. I mean, Sweden got it part right, didn't it? But you've got to look. And the rest of the world really have got it wrong. I definitely think that. Now, I've got to pull you up about something tonight, though, Nick.
Oh, no. Here we go. I knew it was going well. Too well.
You're not.
Too suspiciously well.
No, it's fair, I think. It's fair to say it, pull you up over it. We are not the top death rate per 100,000 in Europe. We're the third.
No, we're the second. Spain is worse, and then it's us.
It's close between us and Italy after that, isn't it?
No, I think Italy's way down the list.
No, I think it's Italy are close, aren't they? I think they're 60 million population. We are 66 or 68.
I can look it up for you.
Yeah, and Spain are only about 37 population, aren't they? 37 million. You know.
Now, are we talking about deaths or excess deaths? Because excess deaths is the biggie. That's
the reason we went below Spain, you know the reason, don't you? We knocked 5,300 off, didn't we? Because we started counting the same way as Spain and Italy.
You know.
Yeah, I always find it highly suspicious that the government accidentally released a statistic that made them look bad, and then said, "Oh no, actually we got that wrong. We're actually much better than we previously thought." Yeah, sure.
But we can't believe the numbers until it's all over, really, can we? In truth, we haven't done well. We know that. I agree with you, but. But
I think they're
completely.
I think they're compounding their mistake by charging in the opposite direction in order to try to make back some political ground from having waited too long, and he was on holiday and he didn't really care and he didn't think it was serious and blah blah blah. Now they've charged to the opposite direction, and they're closing down towns because 10 people have got it.
Yeah, but it's the opposition and make them do these things as well, aren't they? You know, I mean, you've got the teachers' unions. No, but hang on, Nick. You've got to admit the teachers' unions have held kids back getting to school, and some are still trying to do it. So it's become political all round, hasn't it, really?
On the other hand, if you were stuck in a classroom with 40 screaming disease carriers, and this virus would just bounce off them, they won't feel a thing.
Yeah.
But you at the front of the class are just going to be absolutely covered in their...
but Nick...
Yes, go on.
But Nick, doctors and nurses had to do it, didn't they? A lot more danger. They done it.
Yeah, but a lot of them died. That's the point.
So teachers have got to face up to it.
I don't think that they didn't sign up to risk death, no.
But Nick, to get things back to what you want, they've got to face up to it. People have got to face up to this, haven't they? And I mean, even the likes of me, I've got a bad chest and that. Through smoking, my own fault, right? And I'm at danger, but I realise that you've still got to be safe and go about your life as much as normal. And I think a lot of people, even who are at danger, are thinking that, and the government are getting it wrong. You know, the young people are going out more, yes, but they're not at danger. There's hardly any deaths now, as we repeat. You're right on this. I think we've got to get back to normal as soon as possible. And we've still got Brexit hanging over all of this, which is not other things, is it? What do you think? What do you think about what happened today? No forward move, was there?
No, it's entirely predictable. I believed all along that the government has no intention of getting a deal. That this is all just window dressing in order to make it possible to blame the European Union when they don't get their deal.
Well, we mightn't want the deal because I don't think that. No deal is that bad, actually. Personally, you don't disagree. You don't want to agree with that. But I think we're not bothered either way. But I think the EU will give us a deal in the end, Nick. I think in the next month, 2 months, the EU will have to give us a deal.
Yes, because they're playing. We're approaching this as a child who's having a fit in the supermarket because mummy won't give him a bar of chocolate. So he throws himself to the ground and starts screaming and screaming and screaming. And so eventually, mummy says, "Oh, all right then, just to shut you up, I'll be the adult," says mummy.
Nick, you've got to look at both ways. Isn't Barney acting like a bit childish as well? He said you can't talk about any trade until it's a legal playing field.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's the basis, but that's the basis of the agreement. So of course you have to have one Nick, before you talk about anything else.
Nick has also said unless you give us access to fisheries, the same.
Yes, but these fisheries are grounds that European anglers have been fishing for centuries. I mean, this isn't new stuff. And the other part of it is that the quotas that we had, that we don't have anymore, they weren't taken from us. We sold them. You cannot have something if you've sold it.
Yeah, but they weren't getting the access until Teddy's give them it all. He started off the Teddy's, and they've got a lot more access than they ever had before Teddy's, and we're trying to. I mean, I think we'll give them part waters when if a deal is sorted, but we're going to have a say on it, and that's what sovereignty, as I keep saying, Nick.
Yeah.
And we've got to come round and agree in the end that there be a deal, hasn't there? Anyway, good talking to you, mate.
All right, cheers, Brian. Wow, that was, This year just keeps getting weirder and weirder. I just had a conversation with Brian from Stockton-on-Tees, and we didn't end up shouting at each other. We were in agreement. Can you believe that?
No.
I am stunned. Maybe it's opposite day. This text says, "Hey, Nick, I work downstairs in TGI Fridays. We have to wear masks while serving guests." You work downstairs in TGI Fridays? Oh, you mean downstairs from here, as opposed to in the basement, in a TGI Fridays? Right. Well, the restaurant that I went to, the wait staff weren't wearing masks, and neither, of course, were the customers, because you can't shove food through a mask. It didn't seem like a safe place to be, really. I mean, my mind was saying, "Warning, warning! There's disease about," and this is the last place you want to be in the middle of a pandemic. But it does appear as though the danger is dissipating, because there's far fewer people going to hospital, and there's far fewer people who are getting massively affected by it. And yet we are still reacting as though everybody's in danger. I think there's more danger involved in an overreaction than there is to just allowing people to carry on as normal. I think we've passed that point. But, what do I know? I'm not a doctor.
Running late!
Andy says the staff in Wetherspoons wear face coverings. Well, the owner of Wetherspoons should wear a face covering. The owner of Wetherspoons would look fantastic in an enormous face covering. Stephen, and that must really grate after a while. I mean, it's bad enough walking around in a store for a couple of minutes with one of those things strapped to the front of your face. Imagine having to wear one for 8 hours at work. God, what a nightmare. Get one that's comfortable, by the way. I got a silk one that's so much better than that rubber valved thing that I was wearing before. Made me look like, it actually made me look like Darth Vader. But now I bought a silk one because I was reading online about, which one you should get for maximum comfort. And, silk, which it has the benefit of not being paper, so you don't throw it away. I mean, the billions of those disposable masks that are going to be clogging up the environment from now until the end of time, because they don't break down. I mean, they're part plastic, part paper. Chuck them in the ocean, and I'm sure it will look to a porpoise or a whale like a jellyfish. They'll eat them, and then they'll be washing up on the shore freshly dead. So get a silk one. 2 for 16 quid. Not that expensive, particularly as you don't have to throw them away. You just wash them and then wear them again, and they're comfortable. I recommend it. The stuff you learn on this show, educational, isn't it?
No.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Ashford. Lenny.
Good evening, Nick.
Lenny.
I hope I can throw some light on the things regarding the mask.
Throw away.
Now, well, I'm a very lucky man. I have a house in England and a house in Spain.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we can learn off of the Spanish. And let me tell you, what I've learned. What it was, I was out there in January, and there was 2 infections in the north of Spain. And I had some friends coming to visit me in February. So I went to try and buy them some masks because I thought it won't be long before it comes down to us. And I could not get them anywhere. And when I investigated, the reason there was no mask available, because the Chinese had stopped exporting all masks because they needed them for themselves.
Right.
And that is why I phoned up my ex-wife in England and I said, go and buy a load of masks because they're going to be short, and distribute them amongst all our family.
Yeah.
Which we did.
Well, how is it in Spain? Do they require you to wear masks in shops at all?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, well, they are a lot stricter than what we are.
Are they?
But the infections are starting to break out now. And it's very worrying because the people who are getting infected are the ones that didn't wear the mask, and now the young are starting to get infected, and it's starting to spread quite rapid.
Yeah, but it's bound to, though. I mean, you can't expect everybody to wear a mask from now until the rest of their lives.
Why not?
Well, it's not reasonable, because that's not what human beings are like.
Well, what it is, the virus is spread, but what comes out of your nose and out of your mouth.
Oh,
and
really?
Yes, right. Now, that is the most common sense thing. And what it is...
Yeah, but I mean, imagine in 5 years' time. Will you still be wearing a mask in 5 years' time? In 10 years' time?
If it's needed, because I care about other people. If you're not wearing a mask, it shows that you don't care about infecting other people.
But imagine in 10 years' time, there's still no vaccine, there's no proven treatment. Are you still going to be wearing a mask? No.
I will wear a mask, yes. Because I do not go anywhere. I am still isolating.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Yes.
Yeah, but you don't don't wear a mask.
When I've had to go out, and it's important, I have put a mask on from the time I left my house to the time, even when I'm driving, to the time I get out, I've got my mask on.
Why do you wear one in your car?
Because if I have to get out, I haven't got to fiddle about and thumb it, and I'll get used to it, and that is how you get used to it, by wearing it a lot.
Right. Well, I don't want to
just get used to it.
Yeah, but people don't want to get used to it.
Well, then you don't care about other people.
No,
you're selfish.
That's not true. If the virus itself seems to be getting less serious, which seems to be the case, if it's affecting fewer people badly, then, I mean, here's a good way to stop the flu. I mean, the flu kills over 10,000 people a year in Britain, which is not an insignificant number of people. We could stop the flu dead by everybody wearing a mask all the way through winter. Would that be a good idea?
Well, if that would save people's lives, I've never been asked to wear a mask for that reason.
No, exactly.
If that someone would have come out with that a long time ago, I would wear a mask so that I didn't infect other people.
Right, you would be prepared to wear a mask?
Yes.
All the time?
Yes.
Whenever you go out of the house, from now until the rest of your life, just to avoid the possibility of you passing on flu germs to other people?
Yes, because...
That's ridiculous.
No, it isn't. I'm a truthful man, and that's what I would do.
Right. Well, I believe you.
I care
about other people. I get it. Yeah, but life comes with certain risks. Death has not just been invented, and flu is a risk that people take in leaving their homes. The best way to not catch anything or pass anything on is to never leave your house. I mean, where do you draw the line?
Well, if I had been told, no one's told me before, that by wearing a mask it would stop you spreading.
Well, I'm telling you. I would
wear one.
Right. Well, I'm telling you.
I would wear one.
Okay.
I would wear one.
Then I'll know. I'll always be able to spot you, Lenny. I got to go, but thanks for that.
Tosh.
Britain could go into a second national lockdown if it sees a rise in cases like España has. A Athenia official warned last night. Oh, my God. Here we go again.
Oh, no.
More nationwide measures could be brought in to combat rising infections after the R rate crept up over 1 for the first time since restrictions were lifted in July. Blowing R rate. Senior officials said local outbreaks could skew the reproduction number, which needs to stay below 1 to avoid a rise in infections. But another nationwide lockdown could soon be necessary to curb the spread. You know what? No. And furthermore...
No.
Local lockdowns in Manchester and Leicester have already been implemented, with households in Oldham and Blackburn banned from meeting in each other's homes. Can't meet inside, can't meet outside, not in, not out, can't shake it all about. Officials are reportedly keen to avoid a situation like Spain, where 142 cases per 100,000 people represents the fastest growing infection rate in Europe, which doesn't sound that much. A senior government source has told the Daily Telegraph, if it doesn't get contained, it may be that some things that have been open, you need to think about whether measures need to be taken to reverse things. Which, maybe it sounded okay when he or she, sexist, said it, but it doesn't look good when written down on a piece of paper. Shall I read it again?
No.
If it doesn't get contained, it may be that some things that have been open, you need to think about whether measures need to be taken to reverse things. He or she continued, the strategy is to manage... Oh, the strategy. Hey, what about that? That's a difference from America. We've actually got a strategy here.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Officials are reportedly keen to avoid a situation like Spain, where 142 cases per 100,000 people represents the fastest growing infection rate in Europe. That doesn't sound that much, does it? But, don't listen to me. Because, like Donny, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
A senior government source told the Daily Telegraph, if it doesn't get contained, it may be that some things that have been open, you need to think about whether measures need to be taken to reverse things. Well, he or she knows words.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
They said the strategy is to manage this through local outbreak management, but if it moves in the direction of Spain, then clearly you can see what's happening here. And in France, people are making more nationwide measures. God, is English this first person's language? Is English this person's first language? Yeah, okay, well, two times, two goes at it. People are taking more nationwide measures in France and Spain. And you know what? If I had Patsy Cline singing Crazy, I'd be playing it right now. But I don't. So I'll have to put up with this instead. Are these people out of their minds? We've just had the biggest fall in the country's income in recorded history. I'm talking about GDP, baby. Hundreds of thousands of businesses are gone. Millions unemployed. And the pain hasn't really started yet. We're still in limbo land. While we're being furloughed and propped up with the meal deal scheme and the tax deferment and all the other panic measures the government are throwing at this. None of which can last much longer. And when the smoke clears, there won't be anything left for people to do except deliver pizza to each other and buy everything else from Amazon, because there won't be any actual shops left. And the people that we have tasked with running the country want to go through all that again, stop the world. I want to get off. By the way, I think Limbo Land sounds pretty good right now. Who wants to go? Show of hands, I'll see you at the airport. The senior government source added that the prospect of a national lockdown depended on the trajectory of the spread and how quickly outbreaks can be dealt with. Or how good we are, in other words. Because make no mistake, the government flailing around like a drunken octopus isn't going to take any of the blame itself. No, it's our fault for getting too close to each other, or walking in a park without taking the necessary precautions, or wanting to have some semblance of life while we're still youngish. Speaking of which, happy birthday, Sabina, 65 years old. Alles Gute zum Geburtstag. Meanwhile, back at the Corona-tastrophe, a senior government source says, we're looking at a pretty bumpy autumn and winter. Like we've got Bette Davis running the country. Fasten your seatbelts, it's going to be a bumpy night. Actually, I think we'd be better off with Bette Davis running the country. And she's dead. And then we've got the body that the government is taking advice from, the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, which is comically acronymed SAGE. Look it up in the dictionary. SAGE means profoundly wise and famed for wisdom. Professor Sir Mark Walport, who is a member of the government's Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, was asked if Britain would ever see another widespread lockdown. He said, never is a very strong word. The whole point is to improve the local control, increase the amount of testing, give guidance to avoid that happening. But is there a situation where it could get out of control? Well, obviously that's possible. He's so bright, he's asking questions and then answering him himself. Is there a situation where it could get out of control, he asked himself, and then answered, well, obviously that is possible. But not with our world-beating, highly excellent contact tasting, surely.
Contact tasting, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Oh, have another go at it, Boris. You're on holiday.
Contact tasting, testing.
Oh, you're never going to get it.
Forgive me. Contact
Oh,
tracing.
give it up. Oliver Johnson, a professor of information theory at the University of Bristol. No such place. He said, the major concern is that the R values of this magnitude do not leave a significant margin before the epidemic starts to grow in size again. And they raise the possibility that some reopenings may need to be reversed to allow schools to open safely. There's no such thing as safely. Britain has around 11 cases per 100,000 people. Is that anything? 11. And that's just 97 admitted to hospital, about in total. Not per 100,000 people, in total. 97. 97 people in otherwise completely empty hospitals. And for that, we're thinking of sending us all back indoors to sit down and shut up. Can you believe it?
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
Meanwhile, an official report released yesterday suggests that the epidemic is shrinking. The Office for National Statistics estimated weekly infections have plummeted by a third in a week, with 2,400 people now contracting the disease every day in England, down from 3,800 last week. And that's despite the Rishi Mela deal. And despite the shops being open and the gyms being open. And I'm a bit surprised that there's no stories of the virus being passed on in gyms, where, giant wobbling people are sweating and panting all over each other. I'm amazed by that, actually. I mean, mine reopened and started taking my money off me again a couple of weeks ago. But I'm so used to not going to the gym that I haven't been. Also, I wanted to see, wait and see what happened. But nothing's happened. Unless they're keeping this information from us. Unless we're being kept in the dark. Aren't you surprised that there hasn't been outbreaks associated with gyms? I am. But it does mean that if they are safe-ish, that means that pretty soon I won't have any excuse not to go. I'll have to do some exercise again.
Oh, fabulous.
Fears of a second wave are high because cases have been rising consistently through July. But not by much. But the spike in cases is largely down to younger people getting infected, who studies have shown face less risk of dying or becoming seriously ill from COVID-19. Less risk, as in almost no risk at all. Households in Oldham, Pendle and Blackburn will be banned from socialising together from, or not will be, have been. Get your tense right. Have been banned from socialising together from midnight last night. And that's because you've been naughty. Do it again, we'll send Priti Patel round. Officials stopped short of imposing full localised lockdowns and ordering businesses to shut, which local leaders warned would have had a catastrophic effect for already struggling firms. Yeah, that's right. Of course. But you can't run a business if your customers are being frightened to stay indoors. I mean, the whole basis of our economy is dependent on us going outside. Mingling. Getting jiggy with it.
Disgusting.
The country is like a fighter in the ring, as I was explaining last night. Knocked to the canvas we are, trying to get up, but the people in our own corner are keeping us down by sitting on us. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. So the new rules are in place in Oldham and Pendle and Blackburn, if indeed there are such places. But they will not prevent people from going shopping, or going to work, or attending childcare settings, including schools, which are due to reopen from September the 1st. Oh my God, it's already September, isn't it? Pretty much. Near enough. It's practically Christmas. Social activities, both indoors and outdoors, can only be shared with people who live together. Residents in the 3 areas are being advised to avoid using public transport except for essential travel. But I'm sorry, but that's not a recipe for economic success. If you can't socialise, then you can't go to a restaurant. It's going to be full of people you don't know, as will shops. And when the kids go back, good luck with keeping the R rate down, because kids aren't going to socially distance themselves from each other, are they? They'll get it. They won't be affected much, but they're going to pass it on when they get home, or when they go to the sweet shop, or when they get on the bus, or go to the park and do all the other things that kids do. It's also confusing and illogical. Health Secretary Matt... You remember the Health Secretary Matt Hancock?
No!
Yes, that's him. He said to prevent a second peak and keep COVID-19 under control, we need robust, targeted intervention, decisive action, consensus, abide by the local rules, targeted action, new processes, focus resources, targeted intervention, drive infection rates down, just a bunch of buzzwords strung together. And it all sounds tremendously strong and stable, doesn't it?
Negative.
Meanwhile, SAGE warned that when the transmission rate is as low as it currently is in the UK, around 1,000 people are being diagnosed every day, the R rate is more volatile. As in, is not something that we should put our faith in. Volatile means it can be skewed upwards by local clusters of infections, which is exactly what's happening. So it might not be as bad as they're telling us. The Office for National Statistics found weekly infections plummeted by a third in a week. The epidemic's upward trajectory has now been stopped in its tracks, they said. And I did homework. You believe that?
No.
The number of deaths per day, 2 on August the 21st, which is about the same as would die from knitting accidents. I don't know if that's true, but even if it isn't, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. It's about an excess of caution, I believe. After not having any caution at all, it's charged to the opposite direction in order to cover themselves. I suspect that's exactly what's going on here, in order to deflect criticism. I bet money on it. Ain't that right, Boris?
Yeah. Wait.
Rose in Hampshire emails, happy birthday, Nick. Happy 60th birthday. 60? Don't be ridiculous. No one's that old. She says, glad you'll be on the air to share it with us. Some party, eh? Yeah, right. Trust you'll play the happy birthday jingle for yourself tonight, multiple times up to midnight. You betcha. Nick emails. Was the farmer who was upset because Boris had climbed over his wall the same farmer that had his wheat field decimated by Theresa May when she ran through it? If so, no wonder he doesn't vote Conservative. Let's have Enfield, Ruler.
Hello, Nick.
Ruler.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, Ruler.
Is it a big one?
It's a big one.
It's a big one. All right, well, congratulations on your big one.
Thanks.
I wanted to tell you in Greek, because there was a lady yesterday that told you in French.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd better tell you in Greek. Chronia polla, Nick.
Right. Well,
that means may you have many years.
Oh, well, that's what you say it means. What it actually means may be something, and I'd like to apologise on behalf of LBC to everybody in Greece.
Well, you can find any Greek person and they'll tell you.
Oh,
no,
okay.
Don't actually ask any Greek person. Yeah. So anyway, the other day, Nick, I was thinking about you because there was this huge spider on my wall. You like spiders, don't you?
No,
you don't?
all moths and spiders must be executed on site, no exceptions.
So there was this huge spider. I got up to, in the middle of the night to use the ladies, and there was this big spider on my wall. So I thought, what do I do? I was all on my own at home. I thought, what do I do? So I got the vacuum cleaner out, and I vacuumed it up.
Oh.
And then I took the vacuum cleaner downstairs, closed my door, and I thought, it's not going to come up, surely.
Yeah.
But then I was thinking, all night I couldn't sleep, thinking it might come up and find me.
Exactly.
But they're so intimidating, these blooming spiders.
They're homing. You know that, don't you? They're homing.
I thought, where are my cats when you need them?
Yeah, they know where. Oh, cats would probably eat them, wouldn't they? Oh.
They would, but all my cats were sleeping, all 8 of them at the time.
Can you imagine what that tastes like? I mean, never mind about what cats eat. What birds eat is just revolting. How can they stand it?
but they eat them.
Yeah, they
actually,
do.
They don't actually eat them. They play with them until they kill them. We're talking about the cats here, yeah.
Yeah, and then they just leave
kill
them alone.
and
Then they walk away, congratulating themselves on a job well done. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they bring them up to you, and and then you're too scared to get out your room. Anyway, so
all right. Well,
yeah.
you need to buy yourself a death bat, Ruler. A Terminator death bat. Trust me, they are superb. It looks like a tennis racket, but it has electrocuted strings, and you can take moths out of the air. It's so satisfying. Because the thing with those clothes moths, those little brown things, you can see them on the wall, but as soon as they take flight, it's like they disappear. It's like they have some Harry Potter invisibility cloak that they pull over themselves. You just can't see them anymore. And good luck in trying to clap one out of the air. It cannot be done. But with a death bat, there is no escape. Very, very satisfying indeed. Occasionally, people aren't going to like this, but they explode occasionally in a big bang, and they smell terrible when they are on fire. Thanks a lot, Ruler. You've dragged this show down to a level I had no idea we were going to go to. On the first call, can you believe that? 0345 6060 973. Jane in Saffron Walden says, after the exams fiasco, maybe we needed to bring back John in Beckenham to explain his algorithm theoretical theory. Looks like he was right after all. Who'd have thunk it? Well, not me. Not me. Let's have Richmond. Gaynor.
Hello, Nick. Happy birthday.
Thanks.
We both share a birthday on the same year.
The same year?
Yes.
Can you believe...
I'm 60 today.
Right, can you believe that number?
No.
Because I've got cards at home. I should say, by the way, thank you to everybody that sent cards. Really nice of you, and thanks to the people who sent messages, and thanks especially to Anna and Anushka. You know what you did. And everybody else that sent, messages and stuff. That's really, really nice of you. But a lot of the cards had the number 60 on the front. And I look at it every now and again, and every time they catch my eye, I'm shocked that that's the number that applies to me.
I felt the same.
Yeah. How did that happen?
Night, I went to bed and I was 59. I woke up and I was 60. Yeah. And it's such a big jump from 50 to 60.
Well, from 50 to 60, yeah, it's almost 10 years. Yeah,
it is. Decade. And I hear you like Folkestone as well.
Yes, I do like Folkestone. Folkestone has...
I come from Folkestone.
You do?
I do.
Right.
It's where I was born.
Yeah, well, that's the definition of coming from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Folkestone is a great place. It has much to recommend it. Not least of which is places to eat out in the Harbour Arm there. Fabulous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, the best of the day to you, Gaynor. Thanks for that.
And you. Happy birthday again.
Yep. And happy birthday again to you. Paul emails, Nick, you claim to have had the Eat Out to Help Out, but you went on a Thursday. Thereby you had a discount for being an unhappy customer, as it's only Monday to Wednesday. Well, it said on the menu, we will also apply this discount Thursday and Friday. And then they pretended that contract did not exist, and they presented me with a bill for the full amount, forgetting, in inverted commas, to take the amount off. And as I hadn't enjoyed really any part of the meal, I insisted on it. Stephen in Cheltenham says, and by the way, talk about confusing messages. They're urging us to go out and squash together in packed restaurants and, share the air with a lot of shouty people. And on the other hand, they're telling us to stay in and be quiet and shut up. I mean, pick one. Which is it? You want us to go out? You want us to go out? You want us to stay in? What is it? I think an unkind person might think that they are deliberately trying to confuse us in order to apportion blame. They can say, well, we gave you strict instructions. It was very, very clear. You idiots just didn't follow it, that's all. That's the reason why the numbers are going up again. Nothing to do with us. We are practically perfect in every way. Holborn. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Nick. I better join the others and wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks.
Didn't know it was your birthday. And then I was going to talk about the coronavirus, and then you were talking about the arachnids. I don't like spiders either, but that's not what I phoned about.
Good.
I'm a bit confused. You've kind of stolen my thunder because you were talking about the people who are going out and the people who are supposed to stay in, and then the infection rate is, well, it's come down, but it's still a high number, and yet the people who are actually, unfortunately, dying from it is quite low.
Yeah.
It's quite low.
Yeah, the number of people going into hospital with this now is minimal. It's very small
minimal.
indeed. I mean, the people in hospital who work in hospital have nothing to do. They've got empty wards.
No.
They've got no surgeries booked. They're just twiddling their thumbs.
Yeah. What I really wanted to say was, like, if I go back a couple of months, I felt uneasy. I felt I was dodging people walking along the street.
Yeah.
I was a little bit concerned, and I felt a little bit in danger. I thought, well, we can't see this thing, and who knows who's going to get it. It's almost like lottery, almost.
Exactly.
In a way.
Yeah.
And but now, right now, today, like this week, I find myself, I'm going to a restaurant on Wednesday evening. I've been out, I go out every day, and I seem to kind of get a little bit too close to people, even though I shouldn't, even people who are friends of mine.
I mean, do you find yourself forgetting that it's there? Because I do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But going on to one other point, without wishing to tar everybody with the same brush, they're saying that the 20 to 40 or 20 to 35-year-olds are the ones who are a little bit gung-ho, and because they're a low risk, they don't seem to mind so much.
Right.
But the problem with that is that if they pass it on to people of my age, I won't say your age, even though I believe you're 60, from what other callers have said.
You won't say my age, even though you think I am 60. Is that what you just said?
I'm going on a reference of other people who have called in, but I haven't looked at your age on the internet.
Right.
But the youngsters aren't really thinking, and I'm not generalising them, but there are a great number of people in that age group who are thinking about passing it on to people of my age and older, because I'm over 60.
Right, but I think that has got to be the responsibility of people who are older, not people who are younger. If people who are older want to maintain distance, then that's up to them. You can't lock younger people down just because older people might get ill.
No, but you can ask younger people not to get too close to each other and just mingle.
Can you?
Well, you can ask them.
Yeah, but for how long?
It.
How long?
Well, this is the problem, and the reason I actually called in the first place, because if you go back to the 10 o'clock news, they said on the news tonight, just before you came on, that they might not see an end to this, and it might go on indefinitely.
Forever, exactly.
Forever. And I was worried about that, because I thought to myself, notwithstanding a vaccine, and a vaccine won't guarantee that the virus will disappear.
Yeah, even if it works, people aren't going to take it.
A lot of people won't take it, actually. So I was speaking to somebody last week. They said, would you take it? And without thinking, I said, yeah, I think so. And they said, well, a lot of our friends we've asked, they said they wouldn't take it because they don't want to be injected with a vaccine.
Well, they don't want to be injected with a microchip by Bill Gates because he wants to turn you into a robot.
Affirmative.
I read that on the internet, so it must be true. Here, listen, did you see the optimistic news outer Sage today? Coronavirus will be with us forever. Before we all panic en masse, he says it's worth remembering that we'll learn to get along with it, like we have with Ebola and Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran. Yeah, thanks, Ed Sheeran. You have delighted us enough. And Malcolm in Windsor says, hi, Nick, you probably won't read this out, but happy birthday. No, you're right. I won't. I don't want to, and you can't make me. Let's have Bromley. Luke.
Hello.
Luke.
I'm going to give you a fact that maybe you didn't know. Do you know what the number one was when you were born?
Actually, I do, because I got a card with the relevant information on the front of it. You know, who was the Prime Minister and what was number one and what the weather was like and so on. Was it Lonnie Donegan?
The very week that assuming you were born on this day, 1960.
Yeah.
Then it's Please Don't Tease by Cliff Richard and the Shadows.
Ugh.
Rock and roll!
Please don't tease.
You tell me that you love me, baby, then you say you don't. You tell me that it goes on like that.
Right. I'm not familiar with that one. Sounds dreadful.
Well, look it up. It was.
I will not look it up.
Okay, no homework. Right now, you just quoted a text actually, which was what I was going to say, which was I think a lot of this scaremongering about the coronavirus, which is clearly becoming no longer a pandemic, is being worked up by the WHO, and I'm not talking about the group, because you get the advice from the director and so on. So world leaders and the public must learn to manage the virus and make permanent adjustments to their daily lives forever. I'm thinking, what?
Well, it's not the WHO. By the way, the WHO, they played on Sky the other day, the concert from 1979, the WHO, and that, I think, is the year that I saw them play Celtic Park. The football,
like getting like capital goal, isn't it?
The football ground in Glasgow. God, what a concert that was! So exciting. I mean, they were just coiled springs of aggression and violence. God, it was just tremendous. If that comes around again,
it was music.
If that comes around again, then definitely look it up. The WHO, I think it was Wimbledon Theatre or something like that. Fabulous.
So don't you think that people just need to, I'll tell you what is sick, it's the economy. And it's because of people's fear. I really think people need to learn to get back to how they were, be sensible, of course. Let's try and, get children back to school, people back to jobs. Let's try and, revive this sick world and sick economy and start sort of, learning to live a quality life rather than just aiming for quantity all the time.
What, being more like Sweden, you mean? Yes.
I've got one little story here. That I have a friend who actually went for a coronavirus test 2 months ago. Okay, she sat there. She logged herself down. She sat there waiting for a test to come. Then she ended up walking out, not having her test. Do you know what happened? 2 days later, she got a letter saying, "We're sorry to tell you that you've been tested positive. You're going to have to isolate for 2 weeks." She didn't even have it.
Right. Well, that sounds that sounds like something that this government would have organised. One of those world-beating contact tasting tests.
Contact tasting, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
You know that test has a 40% false negative rate,
and it picks up other flus as well. Do you know that?
And it's also got, I think, it's very, very difficult. Even a medical professional has found it difficult to find out what the false positive rate is, but it's something around about 1%, which is not an insignificant number. But 40% false negative. What's the point of this?
Well, I'll tell you what the point is, because actually hospitals get more funding if they have more coronavirus testing. It's the same in America. They literally, they get extra funding to deal with such things. I think it was in their interest to sort of be a little bit... give it the benefit of the doubt sometimes.
Right.
It died with it or because of it.
It sounds like one of those kooky conspiracy theories to me, which doesn't prevent it from being correct. All right. Good work. Thanks a lot, Luke. Oliver texts, all day I attempted to fathom out the reason behind your new exciting bromance with Brian. But when you're talking about the caller last night... I have, however, come to the conclusion that Brian must have got kicked in the head by a horse recently. Shall I play that one again? I'll think about it. Yeah, that was really bizarre. For people that are familiar with this show, a regular called last night, and we were in agreement. It was almost as though he has been trolling me all this time and stepped out from behind the curtain and said, this is me, a reasonable man with whom I concurred on most things. Yeah, it was very, very odd. Perhaps he has been kicked in the head. Oh, all right, it's my birthday.
I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project.
Mm-hmm.
I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. And it completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you.
No, thank you. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Ealing. 1 minute, please. There it is. Paul.
Hi, Nick.
Hey,
How
Paul.
are you?
Good, thanks.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Yeah, just to give it some perspective, as you say, 2 people died of it yesterday, and I know it comes up to the weekend and figures are slightly adjusted over the weekend, but to put it into perspective, I work in the entertainment industry, and me and all of my friends, pretty much everyone I know, have lost their jobs. My mum's best friend has missed 4 radiation therapy treatments for a brain tumour, and is now not eligible for stem cell research that she was going for if she fit certain criteria that physicians set her. The economy is going to be in an absolute hole at the end of this. My very best friend missed the birth of his firstborn son. And all for what? I mean, it feels like lockdown. I think what the government are doing now, locking down partly in spaces in small amounts, is probably the right thing to do. But it probably should have happened earlier. In terms of, instead of putting Lord Sumption, the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, did an interview on BBC News a little while ago in which he said that really it's about personal responsibility. If you are of an age, or you coalesce or work with or live with people who are in a vulnerable group, i.e. people over a certain age, happy birthday, not 60, but maybe perhaps older, people who are of a certain age, or people who have pre-existing conditions who are vulnerable, asthmatics, people with heart conditions, things like that, then it's your responsibility to stay at home. However, if you do choose to go out and you choose to go to work, then that is your own personal risk. And you should be a grown-up and be able to figure out that that's personal risk. Now, if you understand that there are people who are irresponsible and who will go out and give people this disease when they go out and you are at risk, then it's up to you to shield and to isolate so that you don't become affected by those people who are ill. But the rest of the world shouldn't stop for the fact that, you know, a very few people. I mean, more people live in the borough of Camden, Islington, and Streatham than have died of this disease in 9 months in the entire world, and the world is shut down.
See, now, when you started listing those boroughs, I thought, well, that's not a very positive thing to say. But then you didn't say have died in this country. You said died in the world, which
So 840,000 people have died in the entire world of this disease that we know, obviously. I mean, some countries, you know, have different measuring systems to all the different metrics. But in the entire world, less than 1 million people have died. 860,000, I think, the last time I looked, 840,000 perhaps. And when you consider how many people that is, given that the world, 7 billion people, have stopped working, coalescing, children have missed education, the exam debacle. My 2 godchildren developed agoraphobia during all this. It got to the point where they were going out for their hour exercise in the playground or whatever, and because they'd heard so much about what was going on outside, the 3 and the 5-year-old didn't want to leave the house.
Now, okay, before I move on, tell me which part of the entertainment business you're in.
So I work in crew on live shows and things like that. When, for example, your favourite band, The Who or whoever, go out, they need engineers, they need lighting people, they need sound engineers, they need people like me who are riggers, which sets up the stage, turn up early to the gigs and set up the stage, sort out loading points, bearing points. Me, all my colleagues, all the bands I work with, everybody that's affiliated with it, from the ground up, are all out of work and have been for months. And when, you know, generous old Rishi's scheme finishes in October, the people that are furloughed aren't getting money. I just had another self-employment payment through, which is going to see me through for another couple of months. But then what? I mean, people are petrified. If, for example, you put The Who on at Wembley Stadium, do you think you'd fill the stadium out? I'd like to think you would, but I doubt you would. And
well, you wouldn't be allowed to.
Well, exactly.
Everybody would have to be standing at arm's distance from each other.
I don't know if you read, they did a concert. I think Lloyd Webber was behind it. Did a socially distanced gig at the Palladium with Beverly Knight. And Will Gontzes from the BBC Reviewer said it was one of the, he'd seen Madonna there some months ago. And in terms of the difference between them, the singing was off the charts. It was fantastic. The band were fantastic. The production was incredible. But the vibe didn't exist.
Yeah, well,
and for that reason, the gig fell flat.
And the people that are going to be most affected by it, the people who are going to need the money the most. But that's the case up and down. But, if you're Taylor Swift or Nicki Minaj or, one of these people that have already made it, then you can make enough money from streaming to, keep you in Rolls Royces. But if you're a step down from there, you don't make any money from streaming, almost nothing at all. People aren't buying CDs anymore, so the only way you can make money as an aspiring musician is to tour, to actual live shows. That's where the cash is now. But there aren't any.
That's just the bands. It's not the people that are affiliated with making those acts work. People in the record label, people on their touring thing, people on their... there was just one other point. A little while ago, you tweeted out, if Nigel Farage was a DJ, what would be on his playlist?
Oh, yeah.
And me and some mates had some fairly good ideas. What a Fool Believes by Doobie Brothers. Return to Sender, Elvis Presley. Idiot by the Supernaturals. Dumb All Over by Frank Zappa. Get Back, Beatles. There was a whole list. We came up with a massive long list. It provided us with some momentary relief.
Yeah. All right, well, good work. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Now, if saying as an aside, there's only less than a million people have died from this. It does seem like an enormous number. But there is perspective to be had around that number, and I will give you... thanks, Maggie. Thanks to Kevin and Nathan and a lot of other people who are saying happy birthday. Appreciate it. Nathan in Shropshire says... oh, no, hang on a minute. I just thanked him. Alan in Manchester says, I want to move house and enjoy my 40th, but not if we go into lockdown again. Yeah, all bets are off if we go into lockdown again. How can they even contemplate that? John says, on the other hand, I think a lot of people don't understand exponential growth or how quickly the virus can spread, and this needs to be explained again and again and all across media. I think people do get that, John. But isn't it the case that, the virus itself seems to be getting milder in its effects, not either that, and the medical profession seems to be more attuned to how to actually treat it. It's much less serious, it appears now, than it used to be. The other thing is, you don't only save lives by locking down. You can cause deaths by doing that. It's not just a one-way street. Oxfam, this was last month, Oxfam warned that hunger linked to the fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic could kill more people than the disease itself. The charity says an estimated 122 million more people could be pushed to the brink of starvation this year due to the consequences such as declining aid, mass unemployment, and disruption to food production and supplies. So it's not the virus itself that's going to kill people, it's our reaction to the virus. That is 122 million people, which is a considerably large number than will die from the virus. And they aren't just numbers, they're people. Just because somebody doesn't die in this country, or a place that you might go on holiday, doesn't mean they're not people. Our reaction to this virus is like crashing a bus into a tree just because the tire's gone flat. And the consequences of saving a few lives in the short term might cause many more in the long term. Oxfam released a report called the Hunger Virus, and it equates to their death rate as many as 12,000 people per day dying. People forget that, as though only lives could be saved by locking down. But by locking down, you are actually taking lives. Not necessarily here, though. Displaced. Philip in Harrow says, after a wobbly start in March with your multiple layers of marigolds, you really are doing some terrific work highlighting the insanity that passes for policy concerning COVID by this pitiful administration. A pitiful administration, Boris. That's what he said.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
He says some of your colleagues could learn something. They have been very happy to dial up the fear. Fear! Well, people have different opinions on this. I think, and I'll just restate the case, we should have done a Sweden. Sweden seems to be the country that's come out of this smelling of always so perfect.
Oh, fabulous.
Bloomin' Swedish people, eh? And Dominic Sandbrook, the columnist in the Mail, wrote a piece about Sweden, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I think that Dominic Sandbrook, out of the Mail, is completely correct in every respect. I'll give you a flavour of what he said after the news, but we seem to be in agreement. I am stunned. Let's have a call in. Who's been waiting the longest? York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Have you had a good day?
Yeah.
Do you have a nice cake?
I did not, no.
Oh. Never mind.
I'll buy one later.
Yeah. Previous caller mentioned Please Don't Tease, and you didn't know it.
What's that? Oh, Cliff Richard.
Yeah, that was one of the first records I bought. Can you believe it?
I can believe it.
Yeah.
What made you do that?
Because I liked it.
Right.
6 and 4pence.
6 and 4pence.
Yeah.
And you tell that to the kids today and they won't have any idea what you're talking about.
They won't know what I'm talking about, exactly. No. Well, what I rang up about was spiders. You were talking about them before.
Oh, my God. I thought we'd stop talking about this.
Can I persuade you not to kill them?
Why?
Well, for a start, they eat all the little flies that you don't like.
No, they don't.
They do.
Well, they don't, though. A spider can go for a year without eating. Isn't that true? Even if it's not true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. They may eat flies, but not enough of them.
Right. Well, another reason is it's cruel.
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, is it?
Yeah.
Right.
And the third reason, doesn't it make a mess on your floor?
No, because I use my death bat.
Yeah. Well,
It is every home should have one.
That's an awful thing.
No, it isn't. It's an excellent thing.
No, I disagree with you.
Well, that makes you wrong then.
I usually agree with you, but no, I can't agree with you this time.
Well, do you have nice woolies, Jan? I bet you do.
Nice woolies?
Yeah.
Why?
Woolies. Do you have nice woolies?
Well, in winter, yeah.
Presumably you still got them. You don't throw them all away come March, do you? No.
No.
Right, so you pack them away in your drawer, and then when winter comes around, you pull them out, and there's holes in them, right?
No, that's another thing. You talk about moths.
Yeah.
Well, I never have any problem with them. That's funny, isn't it?
Well, what are your woolies made of?
Well, I don't know.
Well, look at the label. I mean, are they nylon, something like that?
I don't know. They're all different things, aren't they? You get different kinds.
Yeah, but wool and cotton and cashmere and silk and all that nice stuff, that will get eaten by moths. They love it.
Oh, well, I haven't got any of that. Mine must be cheaper than yours, so, I don't have that problem. But no, moths are really... Well, it's no good talking to you about them, is it?
No, it isn't.
You don't like
I'm not talking about big moths. I'm not talking about moths with patterns on them. I'm talking about those tiny little brown ones that lay an egg and then you come back in a month's time and you've got no jumper left. All you've got is holes.
Well, it's still cruel, isn't it,
Not really, no.
It is.
Well, do you eat meat?
No.
Do you eat eggs?
No, I only...
Well, that sounds like a yes.
Well, no, I don't eat them, but I cook with them.
What?
So, I'm a bit guilty, really.
You cook with them?
Yeah, make cakes and things.
Oh, and then before you eat the cake, you take the egg out?
Probably would if I could, but no.
Well, do you have any idea what a chicken has to do to lay an egg? If the farmer comes along and squeezes the chicken so that an egg pops out of its bottom. Can you believe that?
Yeah, it must be very painful.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah, but it's still very cruel to do what you do to spiders, really.
Well, I don't mind if they're outside. Inside is my domain. Outside, they just run.
You put a glass over them and take them outside.
Yeah, well, I do. If they're big, it's a question of body size to me. If their bodies are larger than a pea, I'd say, then they must go. No questions. Right. They've got to go outside. And I will put a glass over them and I'll chuck them out the window if you insist.
I do.
But if their bodies are tiny and they've got those great big long legs, then I don't really mind them. If they look like a daddy long legs, and quite a lot of them do, then I don't really mind them at all. They can just carry on carrying on.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't like them, but, don't kill them.
Yeah, but if their bodies are bigger than a baby's fist,
yeah, a bit scary.
then I have a problem with them. Yeah.
Can I just mention something else?
Why not?
I was listening to one of your podcasts the other day, and you were talking about when you got a new computer and all your music got mixed up.
Oh, my God.
Same thing happened to me.
I hate Apple. Was it Apple?
It wasn't. No, it was just, Windows. Windows Media Player.
Right.
Now, all the music was okay, but it was the album art. I'd done what you'd done, got all the album art and got it in the right place. And when I got my new computer...
And now you got you got no pictures of Cliff Richard anymore.
Exactly. I had no picture of anybody. I could have cried. I spent ages doing it, just like you did.
Right. Never mind about all these people that have died of COVID. This is the real tragedy of the modern age.
Well, we need a bit of light relief, don't we? I
suppose
it's bad.
Every now and again, yeah.
But you thought that was a man thing, doing all that album art crap,
Oh, right, okay. So, so it's a woman thing too?
It must be, because
right.
I did it, yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, well, you know what? They're all still there, available on the internet. All you got to do is spend another 36 hours of your life that you won't get back, putting them all back again. Yeah.
I know. That's why I could have cried.
Exactly. Okay. Well, don't cry, Jan. Don't get upset. Get even.
I will.
Thanks a lot, Jan. God, that cricket match, that sounded absolutely fascinating, didn't it?
Boring.
How is cricket still a thing? Does anybody care about cricket?
No.
It's just blokes standing around in jumpers. It looks like a shoot for the Grattan catalogue. Let me revisit that text from Philip in Harrow. He said, after a wobbly start in March, your multiple layers of marigolds, you're really doing some terrific work and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, back in March, I was gripped with terror, as was the rest of the country. And I was doing this show in marigold gloves, which is really, really deeply uncomfortable. If you ever worn them for, longer than it takes to do the washing up, God, they're so sweaty. The sweat was just pouring out of the gloves. Absolutely awful. And I had cleaned everything in here to within an inch of its life. I brought my own squirt with me and covered everything, which made me think at the time, you know what, well, really the human race is setting itself up to be felled by whatever mild virus comes along next, because we are now, like X-ray specs, living in an antiviral world. Germ-free adolescence. That's what's going on here. Everything that we touch and sniff and squeeze has been, dipped in Dettol. And all of the things that used to make our immune system stronger, we aren't sticking up our noses and in our mouths anymore. So the very next thing that comes along, even if it's milder than this thing, we're going to be felled by it. That's the thought that I had at the time. But also, I didn't care because, I was gripped with fear, just like everybody else was. But that seems to have dissipated for no good reason, really. I mean, the thing's still out there. Nothing's changed. But my attitude to it has. I think, apart from when Gollum went to Durham, apart from that, it's just that you live with this or some other threat for long enough, and it doesn't really register with you anymore. If you haven't had it, then you, for no good reason really, it's not logical, then you just don't think you're going to get it. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to it. There's no, it's not sensible, but I can't be the only person who thinks like that. I haven't got it up to this point, hasn't affected me so far, so I think I'm not going to get it. I mean, it's completely illogical. But we keep hearing that it's becoming, and this is, reports from medical professionals from here, there and everywhere, baby, that the thing itself is becoming milder strains. It may have transmogrified to something that's not quite as deathly. Does it sound like I know what I'm talking about?
No.
Tom texts, Spain has banned smoking in public places now because of COVID. I don't understand how banning smoking in public places will prevent transmission of COVID. No, me either. Maybe Spanish people smoke in a particular and odd way. Paul says, remember you get extra years if you get them all in the correct order. Yeah, happy birthday. Remember you get extra years if you get them all in the correct order. That is true.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. Cheers, Paul. Let's have... I'm going to talk about Sweden in a minute because I keep banging on about Sweden, and there was a big article in the papers today about Sweden in the Mail, with which I agree in full. But I'll take a couple of calls first. Worcester. Hello, Dave.
Hi, good evening, Nick, and first of all, happy birthday.
Thank you.
I think they've always believed in herd immunity. I think this kind of underlines the way they've reacted to this pandemic. I agree with you. There's been an overreaction, but I think you need to. Well, I know you do, but people need to understand the ideology of these people. And
when you say these people, who do you mean?
Well, the ones that are supposedly running our country, Boris,
right.
Well, Dominic Cummings. Dominic Cummings.
Yeah.
That's the man.
Mm-hmm.
Or Dominic Cummings.
Gollum.
Yeah, I mean, the epidemic has exposed our class system. Now, it reminds me of the epidemics in the 19th century when people got preventable diseases. It was usually in poor areas, and it's the same now with this. It's in warehouses, it's in poor areas. And they, as I said before, I think I said last night, I don't think they care, but they've got to be seen to be doing something. And it's as I said, their ideology is to let it rip. It's bad, and I think it will probably get bad again in the autumn.
That doesn't appear to be what they're doing now. That may have been what they thought initially, and then they were reported... Are you all right?
Yeah, sure. I'm just coughing. I think I may have had the virus. A lot of people in December, I had very similar symptoms.
Right.
A lot of people had loss of fever.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. But I mean, going forward...
Oh, my God, he's coughing, everybody. Back away.
But as I said, I think what will be their policy... I'm interested in what the trade unions have got to do. I mean, one of the things, we've got to protect the workplace. People shouldn't work in an unsafe work environment.
There's no such thing as safe.
Well, no, but I mean, if you can intervene to stop something from making you ill, then you should do that. And I think they're going to put profit before people. And
yeah, but it's not as simple as that. I mean, it's an easy thing to say, profit before people, but profit isn't just associated with the people who hold the means of production. It's associated with all of us. They pay tax. Sure. I mean, some of them pay tax, and tax is what we require to make the country go round.
But Nick, what I said, I mean, what's important is when you look at where these outbreaks are, the worst outbreaks, they're usually in non-unionised, low-paid environments.
Yeah.
We don't see places like Kensington or Westminster. I doubt if they're going to be locked down. All the bosses here where I live, they haven't gone back to work. I see the staff, but I haven't seen the bosses about because they're still at home in their mansions. So there's a class basis to this.
Yes, there
like
is,
everything.
but it's not as insidious as you are implying. I mean, some jobs need you to be present, whereas other jobs, managerial positions and people who with white collar positions who just stare at computer screens all day, you can do that at home. But you can't make a sandwich at home for a company that does sandwiches.
Yeah, but you can make the environment in which those people work, you can make them safe environments. And one thing that those companies will do is underlying health and safety. The health and safety has gone out the door before this happened. There was very little inspectors left anymore. So you can make sure those environments are safe. In actual fact, it's the law to make them safe. And I think this government, with this laissez-faire attitude, this corporate, they're all corporate type. I mean, look at Dido Harding. What a mess she made of the other stuff, all that trace tracking. They've given millions to the corporations, billions to the corporations. They've been bailed out. Yet people in the NHS didn't even get a pay rise. They were demonstrating the other week. That's how much they care about the NHS, really, which they've been privatising for decades. And they voted for every benefit cut, every privatisation. These are the people you're dealing with. They'll say all the right things, then do all the wrong things. You can't trust them. You never can.
All right. Okay, thanks a lot, Dave. Don't sit on the fence. Tell us what you think. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I don't think herd immunity seems to be what they're doing now. It seems to be more like a giant bottom covering exercise because they've had so much negative press about their obvious and apparent failures that they're doing everything now, it seems, to avoid getting more of that. They've got another, 4 years pretty much to do anything they want. You'd think that they wouldn't really care. Well, I'm not sure. I mean, a more positive reading of it is that they're doing their very best with the limited means at their disposal in order to, make the positive result out of this bad hand that they have been dealt. That's about the most positive thing you could say. Unless you know otherwise, in which case you must correct me. New Malden. Hello, David.
Hello. Can I just say you're a young man at 60. I'm 66.
Oh, blimey.
Goes quickly. I'd owe to be 60 again, if I can say that.
How did you live that long? I didn't know anybody was that old.
Right. Listening to your program has made me think creatively. There's a first time for everything. And I think what's happening with young people is they're trying to get revenge on the baby boomers by actually trying to spread this virus. So they might have a chance of getting on the property ladder. They might have a chance of getting a job. And I suggest that when the Gavin Williamson, Bojo, Gollum stuff on and Govey stuff on education hits, you're going to see them all, planning schemes to spread this thing even more because it's the only hope they have. And, when Brexit gives a double dollop of economic grimness, what are they going to do,
I just feel...
Perhaps I've started a chemical revolution there, or a biological revolution. People of that sort of age aren't listening to this sort of program, are they?
Oh, of course they are, in enormous numbers. What are you talking about? Hanging on by every word they are.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I want to hear you speak, not myself.
Well, no, that's the idea of this show, is that, every now and again I shut up and somebody else has a go.
Okay, right.
I just feel very, very sorry for the young. I mean, there's an enormous number, a big list of people I feel sorry for, but much of it, much of my sympathy goes to them because they just have got a bad hand for absolutely everything. They got no pensions. They're earning less than their parents. Their parents bought houses for 300 quid. Now they're worth £1 million.
Oh yeah,
kids have got
absolutely.
no chance of buying their own place.
I came up here 40 years ago from Cornwall. I was able to help my parents get on the property ladder. Most teachers could buy decent flats and small houses in New Malden. You can't, with an idiot like Bojo responsible for London. I mean, he was talking about affordable housing, which was, I think, priced about 8 or 9 times a basic lower middle class professional starting salary. So what hope?
And when he was Bozo the mayor, there was a revolution in construction in London, and the skyline changed utterly. If you went into a coma 20 years ago and you woke up today, you wouldn't even recognise that it's still London anymore unless you glimpsed St Paul's through the couple of narrow corridors that have been left from all those towers that are surrounding it.
I drove across South London, get on the M11, and it's the first time I've been in London for quite a while for obvious reasons, and I just couldn't believe how bloody horrible it was. Everything's shooting up with these silly shaped things called this Shard, and all these people are designing things that look like surfboards,
Well, some of those buildings in the city aren't bad. The problem, though, is commercial property is not required in the same amount as it was. All those buildings, they're still built. Well, that's exactly right. They do have a lift problem. It would take hours to get your workforce up in a lift because you can only put 2 people per lift. How are those companies going to go back to work? What are the people who have built those buildings at costs of hundreds of millions of pounds? How are they going to finance them? Because companies aren't going to want to squash all of their workforce together, like in the old days, like 6 months ago. They're going to be at home where they can do the exact same job in safety. If you squash your workforce altogether, then anything that one person has got, the whole lot are likely to get. And there goes your staff, and there goes your business. So it makes so much sense on so many levels to spread them out. And so that rush to build these giant blocks, I mean, if only they knew then what we know now, they wouldn't have put them up in the first place. But under Boris Johnson's mayoralty, the construction business just went berserk, and all of these tower blocks of executive flatlets they're ruined. They have ruined the horizon. I mean, those ones around Vauxhall, absolutely hideous, and they continue to go up. None of them are places that anybody can afford that doesn't work in the banking industry or isn't from Malaysia and doesn't intend to live in them. They're just buying them off plan in order to rent out. They're expanding their portfolio of assets. They bought shares and they bought gold and they want a couple of London flats or an entire building of London flats. They're not for Londoners. None of them were. They're expressly for the benefit of the people that are putting them up. That was a trend that was started, I believe, under Boris Johnson's mayoralty when he was Bozo the mayor. I'm still annoyed at whoever it was that let him down off that zip wire. I want the name of the person that let him down off that zip wire. Mary emails, happy birthday. Whoever said out of sight, out of mind never had a spider in the bedroom. Yes, that's right. Scott in East Kilbride says, I've been listening to you since I was 21. I'm now 49. You do the math. I will not. Cully in Wolverhampton, but it's probably about, 50 years? 21 from 49 is about 50. Cully in Wolverhampton says, I was born in the same year too. Just to remind you that you will start getting free medication from now on. Free medication?
Want to score some pot?
George says, thanks for making the weekends special such a joy. Oh, hey, I'm a joy. Even Brian and Ken. Are you sure they're not voice actors? No, I'm not, actually. I couldn't swear to it. No. 0345 6060 973. Oh, it's not quite enough time to get into Sweden yet. There was an excellent column in the Mail, at least it was online. It may I don't know whether it was in the physical paper today. Maybe it will be tomorrow. But Dominic Sandbrook went to Sweden and then wrote a column about it, thereby presumably making it tax deductible. I wonder if that's true. I should think about doing that, if I ever take a holiday again. Just write a column about it, then write the entire thing off for tax. But anyway, the conclusion that he came to about what's going on in Sweden, which is a science experiment, well, I guess we're all in a massive science and social experiment, aren't we? But Sweden seems to be winning. If this is a game, they appear to be winning. And I'll come to that in a minute. First off, let's have Pinner, Tara.
Hi, Nick.
Tara.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
I hope you've had a good day. I just want to say on a side note, I love your soundboard a lot. It's very entertaining, especially late at night.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I actually wanted to call about your last caller from yesterday's show. Well, it's not yesterday, it was today, technically.
Right.
Where he said that he would be willing to wear a face mask forever if he had to.
Yeah. Because his reasoning was that he is concerned about the health of other people, so he would be prepared to wear a face mask for the rest of his life. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, he has really good intentions, and I completely see where he's coming from in a way that, to not make others ill. If I give someone an infection, I feel bad that I've given it to them. I feel like it's my fault, etc. And it's, the best way to protect people and not get ill. But the issue I have with that is, what's going to happen to my immunity? Not just my immunity, but like everyone's, like, because I don't remember the last time I got ill. Like, I think it's been about 7-8 months. I don't know the last time I've had a cold or cough or anything. So I wonder now how my immune system is looking. I don't think I've had any I haven't had much bacteria entering me, and I think there's that issue where if our immune systems don't have anything to work on, then they could waste away. I'm not a scientist, but I do worry about that. That being overly safe, that it could actually do more harm than good.
Well, exactly. I said pretty much the same just about a half an hour ago.
Yeah.
That we are living in a germ-free world now, which means that any slight thing that comes along is likely to lay us low. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do. So, I did go to the shop today, and I'm not going to lie, there were lots of people not wearing face masks because it's so uncomfortable. And I was thinking, do they all have exemptions to not wear them? And it's almost like they don't mind if they basically kill you. And I was just I'm thinking, I feel incredibly uncomfortable right now, and they don't have a good enough reason. But I don't want to say anything because I don't want to get into. It's very awkward to say something. But
don't say anything. Do not say anything.
Warning. So my point is basically just about the immunity that I'm worried about now. It's just about with everyone, really.
We're supposed to be doling out fines, weren't we? Boris Johnson announced with great fanfare that the refusing to abide by the rules is going to get you fined up to £3,200.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone or heard anyone that's been fined, and I'm kind of questioning, is that like, if we could just get in the newspaper, like, someone fined, like, is there evidence of anyone actually getting fined? Because I've just not seen it, so there appears to be no consequences. So wearing a face mask is not a big deal, apparently. So, but I do it for my safety and for others. But
what kind of mask have you got?
I've got so many, actually. I've got enough. When you say how many socks you own, I've got as many masks as many socks I own, pretty much, and I've ordered more, actually, because I think every time I go out, I put the other one in the wash and get the other one out, and I carry 2 with me in case someone with me doesn't have it or I lose one on the way. I think they're quite important to have now, and I get really nice pattern ones so people don't find them as scary, because they are it's quite uncomfortable when everyone's got
not those paper ones then.
Oh, no. I've got, I get them actually from some independent places in Scotland, small businesses that they make their own, patterned face masks, and they're really nice, actually. Right. And, they're quite friendly looking, so
well, you'd look fantastic. You would look fantastic in an enormous face mask. Do you mind if I say that?
I don't think it'll fit me. I'll have to adjust every face mask I get, so... but yeah, sure. It's not going to fit me, but sure.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Tara. So here's that story, repeatedly refusing to abide by government edicts on not travelling to beauty spots to test your eyes and just doing whatever the hell you want because you are a special could lead to a fine of up to £3,200, Boris Johnson announced a couple of weeks ago. I'm kidding, the fine is not for them, it's for us. Repeatedly refusing to wear a face mask could lead to a fine of up to £3,200. So announced Boris Johnson, and then he downed tools and went on his jolly hollies. If ever was a person that could be improved by wearing a face mask, it is Boris Johnson. At present, those who do not cover their faces in shops or on public transport can be ordered to pay a penalty of £100 or £50 if they pay within a fortnight. Prime Minister said those caught without a mask for a second time are now going to face a fine of £200, with the amount doubling on every repeat offence to a maximum of £3,200. This is another one of these I'm gonners. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Don't worry about a thing. I'll enact a law which obviates the need to actually do something. And, by the way, the first reports of a certain demographic being overwhelmingly targeted by the increased fines will be landing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, and one thing more. Organisers of illegal raves will face fines of up to £10,000. These fines will apply to anyone organising any unlawful gatherings of more than 30 people to listen to those insistent, repetitive jungle rhythms.
Rock and roll!
At the same time, the Prime Minister said bowling alleys, skating rinks, casinos, beauty salons, tattoos, studios, spas and barbers can offer close contact services, which is not a euphemism. So at the same time as saying that you will get fined up to £3,200 if you don't wear a mask, that you can get a tattoo on your eyeballs. That's the law. That's as confusing as it is. He said, most people in this country are following the rules and doing their bit to control the virus. We must remain focused and we cannot be complacent. This is why we are strengthening the enforcement powers available to use against those who repeatedly flout the rules. You know, rule flouters. No! Those people. He said, I have said our plan to reopen society and the economy is conditional and that relies on the continued progress against the virus. Well, it's one foot in front of the other and then back again. One step forward, one step back. We ain't getting nowhere. And one of those blokes from Sage said that we're going to be living with this forever. This is crazy. We can't keep doing this forever. So I'll restate my case. At some point, we're going to stop doing this. At some point, the government will say, hey, you know what, forget it. This has gone on for too long. Just carry on as normal. And if at some point we're going to do that, then why not now? Why not a week before that some point? Or a month before that some point? Or a year? What line are we going to go beyond that they say, OK, everybody relax. We've been living with this for X number of months or years. We can't go on like this. This is silly. Just do what you want to do. I mean, can you imagine still doing this in 10 years' time? Exactly. I mean, there's absolutely no reason to believe that we're going to get a vaccine or a cure or any of these things that people are pinning their hopes on. People are assuming we're going to get one. There's nothing to suggest that that's the case. So if we're still living with this in 10 years, are you still going to be wearing a mask in 10 years to go to the shops? I thought not. So if not then why not now? Where's the weather forecast, says Rick. I did it yesterday, Rick. Weather forecast is the same today as it was yesterday. Just look out the window, mate. He says, we need to know the correct temperature for the UK, and is there any chance of rain in Glasgow? You betcha, betcha, betcha. I bet it's raining in Glasgow right now. I'll check while you wait. What? No. Not raining today and not raining tomorrow and not raining on Monday. But it will be raining on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. Not on Friday. Nonsense. Or Saturday or Sunday. Pfft, rubbish. But much of next week. Are you good Glaswegians have any clothes for dry weather? D in Tulse Hill says, happy birthday again. Well, thanks again. Seeing as you won't accept that you're 60 years young, you can always say you're 39 with 21 years experience. That's a good idea. 39 sounds about right. 60? Who's 60? I keep seeing that card. I mean, I've got cards at home, and again, I appreciate it enormously. Thank you to the people that sent cards and messages and etc. and so on. But I catch the glimpse of the front of some of the cards which have that number 60 on the front, and my initial instinct and my instinctual reaction is, what's that going to do with me? Or 60? That's just and at that moment I just had a senior moment. Hey, maybe I should try to be the next president of the United States of America.
Oh, shut up!
Huh? Let's have, who's been waiting the longest? Richmond, in North Yorkshire. Seamus.
Hi, Nick. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks.
And I celebrated my 60th last November.
Oh, yes.
And bought myself a new frock.
Wow.
To wear out for it, just because why shouldn't I when ladies do?
Of course.
But on on a more serious point, the talk of Sweden. Sweden is the worst performing Scandinavian country in terms of death per capita.
Yeah. Well, perhaps.
Well, not perhaps. Statistically, it is.
But why limit it the comparison to Scandinavian countries? Why not Europe?
Well, no. In terms of Europe, it's a little more different because Sweden went for the herd immunity option right from the start.
Well, they had a plan and they stuck to it.
They did, and it has backfired spectacularly.
I don't think that's true.
Well, I do. In terms of death, it certainly has.
Well, but you can't say that. It certainly hasn't. I mean, what evidence do you have for that? What are the numbers?
Well, the numbers are that their deaths recorded over the last 6 months are the worst for 150 years.
Yes, but they're not. But they're not.
150 years ago, they had a plague.
But other countries have also had similar results. I mean, just because they did something different doesn't mean to say that they're immune.
No, I'm certainly not saying that. But to put them up as an example of how their method worked against how other European countries tried to deal with it, I'm actually going to exclude Britain because...
Why?
Because it was a spectacularly bad how this, particularly England, under Boris, dealt with this virus.
Yeah, but you could also say the same of Spain, Italy, Belgium, Netherlands,
you could.
Portugal.
You certainly could, but
I'm running out of European countries now to compare them with.
Well, no, I can compare a few, but we in this country had the example of what was going on in the other countries, and they all locked down a lot quicker than we did here.
Yeah, with devastating financial consequences.
Yeah, but you say devastating financial consequences, and I understand that. I understand that the country cannot stay completely locked down forever.
And neither do those devastating financial consequences come with no consequences for deaths, because that, a recession causes deaths just as much as catching a virus does. It's not just a one-way street. You can't lock down and then prevent deaths. Deaths come regardless of what you do. We're talking about excess deaths now. And Sweden has not had as bad a result with either excess deaths or the ruination of its economy, which has a consequence of excess deaths in the future, than many other countries to which you can compare them.
Well, I disagree there, and particularly in terms of the elderly population of Sweden.
Right, okay, they did screw up there, yes, but then so did everybody, pretty much.
Well, I don't know. I would hate to sound conspiracist, but I think maybe governments made conscious decisions in that, and you can maybe understand why and which parts of the population they were willing to protect.
Yeah. Well, there is a monetary value appended to people's lives, and people aren't either aware of it or they prefer not to think about it. But it's true, and the truth of it is evidenced by NICE, the bizarrely named NICE, the organisation that okays drugs and treatments, and they routinely restrict the access to drugs and treatments on the NHS. Based on people's ages and how long they're going to benefit from these drugs, thereby putting a monetary value on years of life. We all have that.
I understand that, and it also comes down to when surgery and things like that with the NHS. They decide the priorities. I accept that. I'm not completely naive when it comes to those kind of decisions, but I'm unfortunately of the nature where I don't think that a value should be put on anybody's life.
Well, it is.
Everybody's life should be the same. I understand that in the kind of money-driven world that we live in, that's what happens.
Yeah, but it's not a question of money-driven. There's only so much money. But anyway, I don't want to get down that road. Let's go back to Sweden. I think that Sweden has had probably the best result overall of any country. Every other country has had their economies in the toilet. And Sweden is going to be negatively affected because they trade with the rest of the world, and the rest of the world is doing a dead fly routine. But its internal economy has weathered the storm much better than their competitors, particularly us, who we should be comparing ourselves with how everybody else has done. I mean, it doesn't really matter how we're not German. I mean, you could look at how Germany is faring, but don't compare Germany to Sweden. Compare us to Sweden.
Well, in that comparison, to an extent, I have to agree with you, right, because the facts speak for themselves.
Finally, we're in agreement.
But it's kind of a difference between the Sweden advised about social distancing and wearing face masks and those kind of measures.
As did we.
But most of the Swedes actually took that on board.
As did we.
Well, no, but over here, until it became compulsory, people didn't. I'd love to say that this country did take it on when it was advised.
Well, yeah, I see. I'm not sure that that's right. Because I was around central London really early on in this, and it was a ghost town. I mean, there was no one out, and the people that were out, they were. I mean, part of the reason that we weren't wearing masks at the beginning was that you couldn't get them. They were unavailable. There was this giant worldwide scramble for them. So you can't blame people for not wearing masks if they couldn't actually get them. In Sweden, Dominic Sandbrook, writing in the Mail, says, a few days ago I took a stroll to the shops. It was a glorious morning and the parks and cafes were full of families enjoying the sunshine. Perhaps the shops were a little quieter than they would have been a year ago, but they were busy enough. The restaurants were preparing for lunch, the mood was relaxed and happy, and nobody, yes, nobody was wearing a mask. That's the giveaway. I wasn't in Britain, but I was in Sweden, a nation which stood alone in Europe in refusing to institute lockdown. The author of the country's coronavirus strategy, a state epidemiologist called Anders Tegnell, insisted that mandatory lockdown was a waste of time. Sweden had a long-established plan for a pandemic, Mr. Tegnell said, and he was going to stick to it. People should be sensible, wash their hands, avoid public transport, and keep a safe distance. But that was it. Closing schools was meaningless, he said. Shutting borders was ridiculous. Masks were by and large a waste of time. Shops and restaurants should stay open. And when interviewers asked why Sweden was not following Germany and France and Britain in locking down, Mr. Tegnell had a robust answer. Other countries, he said, had panicked. But panicking was not the Swedish way. The results were not perfect. Like us, the Swedes failed to protect their care homes. By the time I landed in Stockholm, he says, their death rate stood at almost 57 per 100,000 people, far worse than in neighbouring Nordic countries. In fairness, though, Sweden is in parts more densely populated than most of Norway, Denmark and Finland, with 3 large cities in Stockholm, Gothenburg and Malmö. And Sweden's death rate is still lower than those in Belgium, Spain, Britain and Italy, all of which did go into lockdown. So what did I make of it, says Dominic Sandbrook? Well, that's easy. After the negativity, paranoia, moaning and squabbling of Britain, Sweden was paradise. The lack of queues outside shops, the absence of masks, the generally relaxed atmosphere. Nobody recoiled in horror when our trolley came within 5 metres of them, nor did people shirk in terror when another shopper appeared in the aisle, as is the norm in British supermarkets these days. For the Swedes, summer life is carried on as normal. Perhaps people give strangers a little more distance than they usually would, but so sensibly, so discreetly that you barely noticed. Since most Swedes speak excellent English, we often asked what they'd made of it all. And the answers were always the same. Without exception, the Swedes were glad to have escaped lockdown. According to Sebastian Rushworth, an American-born doctor in Stockholm A&E department, he hasn't seen a single COVID-19 patient in a month. Basically, he writes, COVID is in all practical senses over and done with in Sweden. In the first 3 months, Sweden's economy shrank by approximately 9%, less than half the downturn in our own economy. Our children stayed at home, theirs went to school. Our businesses closed, theirs stayed open. Our social and cultural life ground to a halt, theirs continued with some sensible restrictions. Sweden's scientists drew up a plan and their government calmly followed it. Even as international criticism of his tactics mounted, Mr. Tegnell remained calm. Again and again, he repeated, there's no point in panicking, no point in making crowd-pleasing gestures, and no point in committing economic suicide. Contrast that with Britain's politicians, floundering around like drunkards at closing time, flip-flopping on policy and constantly being dragged into ever more stringent measures to appease the public hysteria. He may fancy himself as the reincarnation of Churchill, but so far Boris Johnson has failed to match the great man's courage at a time of national crisis. The truth is that for many of us, the last few months have been one long holiday from reality. But the summer's almost over, and the economy is on life support. It's time we went back to work. Like I said, I can't believe I'm about to state this, but I completely agree with Dominic Sandbrook out of the Mail. And I did some homework about numbers. Can you believe that?
No.
All-cause per capita death rate in Sweden for this year, 2020, is the second lowest in the European Union. I'll read that again. The all-cause per capita death rate in Sweden for 2020 is the second lowest in the EU. Sweden, 51. This is per 100,000. Excess deaths, more than they would ordinarily expect. 51 in Sweden. UK, 96. Spain, 93. Italy, 78. Belgium, 72. Netherlands, 54. The USA, 54. Portugal, 52. Sweden, 51. If you adjust for population growth, the death rate in Sweden higher in 2015 than it was this year so far. England had the highest levels of excess deaths in Europe in the first wave of the coronavirus pandemic. And the Office for National Statistics shows that while England did not have the highest peak mortality, it did have the longest continuous period of excess mortality. The data allows comparisons between 29 European countries, treats the 4 nations of the UK separately, shows that the cumulative death rate at the end of May, that's week 22, put England above Spain as the worst affected country among those analysed. Scotland was the third worst, followed by Belgium and then Wales. Excess mortality is the number of deaths above what would be expected in a normal year based on a 5-year average from 2015 to 2019 and encompasses all deaths, including those from COVID-19. And that's a good measure because certain countries list COVID-19 deaths in different ways. They have different criteria. So if you just look at overall excess deaths, then you get an idea of what's going on. Sweden, their excess deaths, 760 at their peak. The Netherlands, 2,900. England, 11,300. In the UK, and the other argument is, well, of course, England has a population that's crammed together on top of each other, so we are, uniquely prone to catch something like this. So let's compare Stockholm with Birmingham. Almost the same number of people. About 1 million people in Birmingham, about 1 million people in Stockholm. Birmingham had the highest excess mortality in any one week in the UK. 2,709% above average. That was in the week to the 17th of April. That's the peak. Followed by London and Manchester. 227% in London, 198% above average deaths in the same week. That's in this country. Again, Birmingham, 279%. Stockholm, for the same period, same number of people, 107%. Birmingham, 279% above average deaths. Stockholm, 107%. And you might say, well, that's because Birmingham is crushed those 1 million people all in a very, very tight space, and Stockholm is probably spread out. And the reverse is true. There's 4,800 people per square kilometre in Stockholm, 3,649 per square kilometre in Birmingham. So Stockholm is actually more crammed together than Birmingham is, and their excess death percentage is less than half Birmingham, Stockholm. So by any measure, they win, we lose. And we're still doing the same thing that's failed us up to this point. In, out, in, out. We can't go on like this, can we? This is madness. Let's have Alton. Colin.
Hi, hello.
Colin.
Can I take you back to the comment you were making about foreigners building flats and buying several flats in the UK?
Oh, yeah.
Which you said you didn't think was a very good idea.
Terrible.
I would just take a different view on that. If this money comes into the United Kingdom and it builds new flats, that means you're employing builders, plumbers, electricians, architects, planners. They're paying rates. And even if the properties aren't occupied, what that means is that money has come into this country, is created something which doesn't belong to us, it belongs to the person who's bought it. I think actually, because of the exodus from London, I think probably they will have something much less worth than they've paid. But in the meantime, all those people have been employed, they've all paid taxes, and there is then a stock of buildings, used or not. And I can't see why it's a bad idea.
Have you seen the skyline of London lately?
Yes, I know it extremely well.
And you approve of what's happened in Vauxhall?
Yes, I think building those tall buildings in Vauxhall, which you're never going to be able to make into a park or anything pleasant, hasn't done any harm at all.
Are you kidding me?
All the big cities... No, I think all the big cities in the world have got these tall buildings.
Well, no, they haven't. Paris has some tall buildings, but they're all concentrated in a business area way away from the centre of town, because the Parisians are concerned about the look of their city. London, on the other hand, well, it could be anywhere now. You position yourself on Westminster Bridge, look west, and you could be in Singapore.
Well, I don't know. I've got no real argument with Singapore, but I think that the economic benefit of this money coming into the country and building things and employing thousands of people is a very good thing. I think the aesthetics of a skyline is something which the planners look after. I mean, if
no, they don't. That's the opposite of the truth. They do not look after the aesthetics of the skyline. They let anybody build whatever they bloomin' well like, obviously.
That's not quite true, but even if it were...
Absolutely true.
So your whole argument is the aesthetics of the skyline?
No, that's an argument. My whole argument was what you called up to disagree with in the first place, that it is a good idea for Malaysian
property
funds to buy up buildings to rent out to people who aren't going to live here. Tiny executive flatlets. Why does London need more of those? London does not need more of those. What London needs more of are houses for people who actually live in London.
Hang on, you slipped it there. One, I wasn't talking about them coming in and buying up existing buildings.
But if Malaysians didn't buy them, or if foreigners didn't buy them, then they clap tweets. Clap tweets. I'm a bit confused as to why Spanish flu, the last global pandemic, died out when we did not have the technology and resources that we have today. Yet coronavirus is apparently going to be here forever. Well, I actually did research about that. Can you believe that?
No.
Yeah, I did. And apparently the biology of the two things, which is the proper terminology, by the way, things, the biology of the two things is different, cannot be compared one to the other. That's all I know. But, like Donny, I'm not a scientist.
I know nothing.
Exactly. Ray says, when I was young, back in the 70s, we had rent control, which was allowing the young and the poor to afford the rents and have a chance to pay their rents without having to starve and be left out. The Beatles, the Rolling Stones and all those young people started out with affordable rents. You went to your local job and told them how much you were earning, how much your rent was, and they worked out how much you needed for travel and food and clothes, electric, gas, etc., and your past time, and what was left was rent. Look how well that we did for that generation did for Britain in putting Britain on the map as the swinging 60s, whereas Britain today is where it is with the most expensive rents and very poor youngsters with a sad future and overpriced Britain. Sweden is still doing that 60s lifestyle now. Right, well, I don't really know anything about that. We used to have rent control, did we? Sweden is still doing the 60s lifestyle now. Groovy. Sounds like a place to go. Dave says, Joe Strummer would have been 68 yesterday.
Rock and roll!
I miss a band like The Clash. What is it with the rubbish we have now, says Dave. Well, he's got a good point. Glasgow, Rona.
Hello.
Rona.
Hello.
Rona.
Yeah, Rona. Hello.
Rona.
Yeah, it's a good name, isn't it? You keep saying it.
Rona. Well, you're saying nothing, Rona. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I had hoped to get to speak to you before midnight so that I could offer you a Glasgow kiss for your birthday.
Aww.
But unfortunately, I was trying a little bit too late.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was phoning up about your death bat.
Yes.
I don't really approve of this death bat. I'm going to be quite honest with you. You know, seems a little bit cruel, a little bit unnecessary.
Of course not. No, if a clothes moth is going to ruin everything that you got in your wardrobe and in your drawers.
I mean, I have 200 dresses in my wardrobe, and I'm going to be honest. You know, I've never been that bothered by a clothes moth.
You have 200 dresses.
I think during lockdown. I was doing the dresses of lockdown, and was taking photographs of them. But yeah, it's about 200 dresses. They've never been bothered by moths.
That's ridiculous. 200 dresses?
It is arguably totally ridiculous, yeah.
When are you ever going to wear them?
On 200 different days.
Oh, well, you should have said.
I should have said, yeah. But what I was going to say is moths are lovely. They're just butterflies in dressing gowns.
Yeah, well, butterfly, when I'm not talking about big moths, because big moths aren't clothes moths. I mean those tiny little brown ones that are virtually invisible once they take flight, and you cannot catch them because you can't see them.
So how can you hit them with your death bat if you can't
because
see them?
When they are on the wall, then you can see them. But if you try to approach one, then it takes flight and just becomes invisible. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. But if you put the death bat over them while they're on the wall, there's no escape.
Oh dear. This does sound pretty harsh, doesn't it? What a shame.
Well, my domain is inside. If they're outside, then they can do whatever they like. But when they come inside, big mistake, huge.
Huge mistake, much like your big death bat to get them with.
Right.
Yeah. So it's only moths you attack with your death bat, or any other animals?
Well, moths are the big ones because they do actual damage. spiders, I'm not overly keen to share space with spiders, so they must either be ejected or executed, depending on my mood.
Depending on your mood.
Well, depending on what the spider actually looks like. I mean, if it's big, then it has to be chucked out.
Okay.
But if it's a smaller one, then maybe I'll just do the business.
Jump on a chair.
Yeah. Well, if it's up high, I'll have to jump on a chair. Yeah.
Yeah, and get away from it. So I was funny to disagree with your death, but and I wish you a belated happy birthday.
Well, thanks. You were calling to disagree with me on my birthday.
Well, yeah, and and also to say that today in Glasgow, you said I think earlier that people in Glasgow wear clothes for nice weather. Well, I had my shorts on today, so yeah.
But did you go outside?
I went for a run in my shorts.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, of course, right.
Mm-hmm.
Running from the weather.
running from the weather.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't believe it rained at all today. Can you believe that?
No, it did actually rain because it is Glasgow. Right. Yeah. It did rain for a while.
A little bit.
Because it wouldn't be Glasgow if it didn't rain, of course.
Of course, yeah. Why does it always rain on me?
Because that's a terrible song.
That's a good song.
Do you think? I think Travis are a bit of an abomination.
Oh, come on. It's a good Scottish band, Travis, isn't it?
Oh, it's a Scottish band.
Well, how about I'm only happy when it rains?
Oh, garbage. Well,
Yeah. Better?
Yeah, I would say moderately better.
Not great. Let's not get carried away, but they're okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's leave it on okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'll chalk that up as a win. Let's have a call in East Lothian. Hello, James.
Oh, hi there, Nick. Hi. Many happy returns on your day. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks.
But I was just phoning up to say what a great account that was of the article. I haven't read it, the one about the journalist who spent a few days in Sweden.
Yeah.
I just got back from Sweden there on Thursday.
Oh, yes.
After a 16-day stay, and it was absolutely superb. They had wall-to-wall blue sky, temperature between 28 and 30, and that might account for some of the quiet streets and shops that the journalists found, because most of the people were at the beach actually, and the beaches were perfectly spaced out, people just milling around, and on the sunbathing platforms. So yeah, it was just absolutely idyllic.
Well, okay. So what were the differences between there and here?
Well, I'm 40 hours into lockdown for sort of self-quarantine, and I'm feeling a caged tiger already. It's just a completely different world. It feels like in Sweden, where you're living life as life should be meant to be lived, whereas here, you just feel as if there's elements of restrictive control that is sort of fed into the psyche of the people,
like a police state.
Like a police state, absolutely. It's there just seems to be that I think you said many months ago something like people had swallowed the wrong pill, the blue pill or the red pill, or and I think that's what's happened in this in the UK. People have just sort of absorbed this sort of fear psyche into their actual being, and they've forgotten really what it is to live. And I think as a country, we really need to just give ourselves a wee shake here and just abide by some of the guidelines that the Swedes are doing. Common sense things like wash your hands. If you see someone with a sort of a mask on who are of a elderly status, give them the respect and distance that you would courteously do, and just try and live a nice life, and remember to sort of be sociable.
Yeah. Oh my God, live a nice life. Wouldn't that be great? So were people wearing masks there? Were they? What was life?
Four masks worn by people who were maybe well beyond their 70s.
Right.
And again, people just gave them a wide berth and respect.
That's 4 masks in all the time that you were there?
Yep.
And that's including in shops?
Yep. There's no one wearing masks in shops. The shops I was in, the 4 people I saw were out in the open, crossing the open square.
Yeah.
And that was it. Yeah.
And so, what about going into places like shops and were they queuing outside? Were there limited numbers allowed in? What's that like?
No, it was just a general flow of natural influx and efflux of
like real
consumers.
life.
Real life, exactly that. It felt like real life.
So it must be depressing coming back here.
Oh gosh, don't remind me. Honestly, I'm licking the wallpaper already, and it's absolutely. I really can't contrast the sensation of being having the freedom of a normal life in Sweden, and then this sort of almost like socially imposed. Because I bumped into my friend. When I snuck out for a swim first thing in the morning, and they chastised me, saying, "You should be in quarantine." So it really just reinforced the sort of depth into which this sort of self-regulatory compliance has sunk into the psyche, and people are using that as a measure of their being, rather than
I didn't know that you had to quarantine coming out from Sweden. Did I miss that? Oh, right.
Yep. 14 days. And when I came back into the country, although I'd flown in from Copenhagen, the boy at the border said if you stayed in Denmark and flown in from Denmark, you wouldn't need to quarantine. But because you've been staying in Sweden, I could have easily have said to him and filled in my form and said, well, actually, I'm just flying in from Copenhagen.
Well, how ridiculous is that, though, by the way? I mean, Sweden has a lower COVID count than we do. You'd think that it would be the other way around. You think that the Swedes would be repelling us at the border rather than us having to go into lockdown when we come back from there.
I can't understand the logic. I have tried and tried and tried. I just cannot understand the logic. But that's the way that you were pointing out. I think the Swedes they have a cool, calm, collective approach to government, and rather than being reactive, they sort of had a sort of contemplative approach to how they were going to handle things. Whereas in the UK, it was more of a knee-jerk reaction, then a backtrack, and then went down the wrong route. And they still seem to be on that road of sort of taking a lucky dip from the hat and saying, what shall we do next?
Yeah. Drunken octopus. They're just flailing around in desperation, just trying to do something that doesn't get them bad press. That's what it looks like to me. It's like a squiffy squid he is. Oh, you bet your life it is. Johnny emails, when I was born in July 1966, the number one was Sunny Afternoon by the Kinks. Beat that, he says. Well, I can. In one particular week in 1971, people were born on in the very same week that Chirpy Chirpy Cheep Cheep was a hit for Middle of the Road. There you are. And the ignominy is dragging around behind them like a bad smell. Islington, Adam.
Hello, good morning, Nick.
Adam.
Happy belated birthday.
Thanks.
So I was just saying to your producer, as I was walking back home, I was reflecting quite carefully at the whole situation with COVID, Brexit, and the economy.
You were reflecting carefully on it?
Just thinking, so I just wanted to run it past you and see what you think.
Right.
I initially thought, based on the way the Conservatives have been behaving with all the challenges, I genuinely felt that they were initially trying and failing, and then I moved to the stage of thinking that they're incompetent and they're trying. And I think I mean this collectively of both with the COVID response as well as the Brexit negotiations. However, I don't know if you saw the recent headlines on all the articles last couple of days, I now can't help but believe, Nick, that this is deliberate. I mean, for Michel Barnier to say, like, we can't even progress because the UK is not willing to negotiate, it's making me think that I genuinely think the Conservative Party wants our currency to be an emerging market economy, and I genuinely believe that. And I think, in fact...
Well, I don't think it's a coincidence that so much of the money that has been donated to the Conservative Party is from hedge funds and people who have made bets against the British economy based on what they think will happen when we exit the European Union. I mean, this isn't just me making it up. They've already made hundreds of millions of pounds by betting that the pound would tank after the EU referendum. And so if a person is, on the one hand, pouring money into a campaign to get us out of the European Union, and on the other hand, betting hundreds of millions of pounds that us leaving the European Union will be bad for our economy, well, I mean, which part of that doesn't sound like traitorous behaviour?
And to further confirm that point, are you aware that Rishi Sunak, I'm not exactly how much he made, but from the 2008 crash, he made a killing. He actually made a lot of money.
Millions and millions of pounds,
Yeah. So I and on a darker level, I just feel as though they want us to be poorer. I can't explain. I know it sounds bizarre, but I genuinely think that.
Well, I think the equation is with all of these neoliberal types is that what we actually want, what's going to revivify the economy. This is how they justify it: is trickle up economics. That if we give a tax cut to the rich, which I'm sure is going to be a demand that will be coming around the corner very, very soon. This is how we're going to get the economy back up again. Tax cuts for the rich. And the benefit of that will be trickle-down economics. You will give more money to those who have a lot of it, and the consequence will be that money will then trickle down onto our expectant upturned faces, all over our faces. And it won't happen. It will never happen that way. There's no such thing as trickle-down economics. It's trickle-up economics, from the poor to the rich. Robin Hood in reverse.
Indeed, and mark my words, I think the basic tax rate will go up from 20% to 25 to 30. I genuinely think that. I think welfare is going to be cut drastically, and the irony is it's basically the white working class poor of this country who are uneducated, who rely mainly on welfare. If you look at things just from a population front, and especially because one of the key problems I found in the UK, I've always been a keen advocate of the development of the North, and I do feel when it comes to industry and productivity outside of London, there's such a huge disparity in between what the other cities produce and manufacture and make compared to London, right? Or actually, let me rephrase that, with service-led economy, but just in terms of GDP output, if you look from city to city, it was really interesting because
London powers the country, of course.
Indeed, and if I can just say,
I think there's another country in all of Europe that has concentrated the wealth so particularly in its major city. I think that the wealth creation is spread out more evenly, not completely evenly, of course, because you can't do that, but more evenly. It's more equitable than we have in this country.
I agree with you. In Germany would be a prime case study. Frankfurt, Munich, Stuttgart. I worked in Germany. And,
always so perfect. German people.
Oh, fabulous.
They're also lovely to work with. I've spent some time there. But no, you're right. I'm going to look into that because I don't think I think you're right.
I want you to look into it very strongly. Just do what Donald Trump would do. He's going to look into it very strongly, totally strongly. We're going to look into this with great strength and strongliness.
And do you think he's going to win as well, or what do you think?
I think he's going to lose, but I think he's going to claim that he's won, and he's going to stay there anyway.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, I mean, the way this year has gone so far, I mean, would you expect any other result?
No, and he keeps saying how tremendous he's done. And I'm thinking, how? The figures don't match what you're saying.
It doesn't matter. He's gone beyond reality now. He's not talking to people who have made a decision to support a political leader. He's talking to people who have decided to join a cult. It doesn't matter what he does or says. They're going to support him anyway.
Indeed. Yep. He just speaks and they clap.
There's going to be blood on the streets in America come the election, one way or the other, because there's either he loses and can't finagle his way out of it, and his fans will think that they have had the dear leader has had the power illegally taken from him by, oh God, I don't know, a ring of alien reptile paedophiles who were been plotting against him from the basement of a pizza parlor. You know, they're just crazy. They're crazy people. So what could happen next in America? Well, nobody has any idea, but I expect it won't be good. All right, thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. I mean, he's tried absolutely everything. The one thing that he hasn't tried is war, and I wouldn't put that past him either.
I'll bring us into war.
I don't doubt it. I do not doubt it. I mean, you think that we got bad things going on in this country. At least we're not America. At least we've got that. Ain't that right, Boris?
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
And when Donald Trump hears him say that, then you can kiss that so-called special relationship goodbye, if indeed such a thing exists anymore. You may be stuck with your beloved in the White House for another 4 years, and Melania, what do you think about that?
I don't care.
She's actually not remotely bothered. She has a lock on the inside of her bedroom door. She doesn't care. But at least he's got a strategy for this whole COVID thing.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy. But do remember that he is always considering other people, not just himself.
The one that matters is me. I'm the only one that matters.
Yeah, well, there is that too. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Precisely. Alice texts, I think we'd all take Boris more seriously if he appeared on TV in his bubble hat. Like I said yesterday, he looks like he should be taking the bins out at the Crossroads Motel. Patrick in Guildford says, if scientists treat anything that glows orange in the dark with suspicion, Nick, maybe those in close contact with Donald Trump should swap their masks for Geiger counters. Oh, my God. A listener with material. And Sean says, you are, of course, correct regarding Boris having abysmally failed in being anything like Churchill. Indeed, having channeled my inner Churchill, I believe the following statement summarises the situation reasonably well. This sounds like another listener with material. Shall I carry on?
No.
He says, never in the field of human politics have so many mistakes and over-the-top grand gestures been administered so late by so few, which negatively affected so many. Well, now I'm glad I read it. You are completely correct in every respect. Yeah. Let's have Westminster. Ken. Oh, God.
Good morning, Mr. Bishop.
Hello,
how are you?
Ken. I'm very well. Let me ask you this, Ken. Have you accepted dog into your life?
Now, I've got some news for you and your listeners.
Yeah.
The coronavirus plague is only a warning from God.
Yeah.
The coming judgment of God is drawing nearer, Nick.
Well,
it's time for you, my friend, to waken up out of your sleep.
I was speaking to God the other day, and he said that wasn't the case.
Well, if you read the Bible, that's where you find out what God has to say.
But that's 2,000 years old. I was talking to him just last week.
I talk to him every day. Listen, here's some things
well,
to look for
what does he sound like?
What does he sound like?
Yeah.
God spoke to me in my truck in Canada 40 years ago, driving down the highway.
What did he sound like, Ken?
I'm going to tell you what he sounded like. I was driving down the highway in Canada, Windsor, Ontario, and God spoke right into my heart. You know what he said?
What accent did he use when he was speaking?
The Holy Spirit said to me, Ken,
listen to what I'm asking you. What did he sound like?
Beautiful. It was absolutely wonderful.
What accent was he using?
Oh, well, I didn't notice the accent.
You didn't notice the accent? You didn't hear what he was saying? This momentous time in your life, and you weren't actually listening? Oh, my God. Let's have... Why does he keep calling? Beverly, East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, something's confusing me a bit because...
Oh, yeah, you and me both.
This lot that are in charge now, the Brexiters, when the Brexit debate was going on, they managed to convince the nation to disregard Project Fear. And yet, this time round, they've managed to instill Project Fear, but they can't uninstill it. So they did it brilliantly with Brexit. They said, no one can listen to Project Fear, but now they are totally incapable of doing the same thing for themselves.
Yeah, like I've said before, many times, it's very easy to frighten people to stay in, much more difficult to get them to come back out again. This is why businesses are doing their dead fly routine. They're on their backs with their legs in the air.
Absolutely. And the other thing, little thought that sort of crossed my mind is I wonder whether Bojo is actually in favour of universal basic income, because the way they're tanking the economy, there'll be that many people on universal credit, they could just change the C to BI and we'd all be on universal income.
Its time has come. I mean, they could have rejected the idea out of hand until the end of time itself, but not now. I mean, there's going to be so many people that don't have any work or any prospect of having any work. So if we all had an amount which would allow us to live relatively comfortably while looking for work or creating a business out of scratch without the fear of starving to death or being thrown out of our homes, then that would surely be a benefit to the economy and would pay dividends. Giving a relatively small amount of money to a lot of people would pay for itself much more so than giving a large amount to a relatively few number of already rich people, which is what which is where this project is going, I bet.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. And can I just have one more little thing? Did you notice that one of Desperate Donnie in the USA's main donors is actually the guy that owns the Postal Service? And
doesn't own it. He's now running it. Yeah,
he runs it, and he's been scrapping automated sorting machines.
He's been taking them out of action because it's so obvious. They're telling you what they're doing while they're doing it, and people are still denying that they're doing it. He's like one of those street magicians that's telling you he's picking your pocket while he's picking your pocket, and you're standing there saying, this guy's not picking my pocket.
So is he saying that they'll end up justifying cancelling the election, or as some commentators are saying, it could take weeks?
Well, Donald Trump has already floated that idea. Let's postpone the election, he said. He's already said that he wants another term because the first one was marred by being spied on by the evil Obama. This guy isn't leaving.
What a world.
What a way to run a world, eh?
Dreadful.
Exactly. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Tanya texts, if anyone can explain why sitting on a full flight is allowed, but not in a full theatre, please do. I'm all ears, says Tanya. You're all ears. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It don't make no sense to me. I mean, if you're stuck in a tube, thousands of miles, literally thousands of miles high, that's just a scientific fact. Breathing recycled air from people that are also stuck in the tube with you, then how is that safer than being allowed to sit in an airy theatre? Don't make no sense to me. We've got to get back, otherwise there won't be no theatre no more. I'd be amazed if they can survive in any great number. And it's not just the theatres themselves, of course, it's all the people that work for them. All the staging crew and the dressmakers and the makeup people and the lighting crew and the riggers and all those people that are backstage. I was talking to some guy earlier on this show who did work like that for rock and rollers. Well, the theatre people are in exactly the same position. If we don't get back now, then there ain't going to be no theatre no more. And this country depends so much on tourists. And if we can't provide museums and galleries for them to go in freely, I don't mean at no cost, I mean, without impediment, which at the moment we can't. By the way, if you plan ahead, and you have to these days, you've got to book, but it's just a fantastic time to go and see museums and theatres, museums and galleries. There's nobody there. I went to the National Gallery just the other week. Empty. It's like they'd opened the entire place for me. Those giant rooms that are normally stuffed full of people taking selfies of themselves in front of famous pictures, empty. I've never seen anything like it. But you can't just show up, you've got to book. And so that would seriously impede tourists' ability to come to London and places north, south, east and west and enjoy themselves. And if the theatres aren't there, then that's another massive draw. I mean, why come to London if you can't go and eat? Because you'd have to have booked ahead in a decent place for weeks. It's similar with galleries and museums, and the theatres aren't open. Why come? To look at our beautiful skyline? Terry says, I've read somewhere that the average age of those who have died from COVID is 82. It's something like that. I mean, I did come up with some research. I've been very good today. This is coronavirus deaths by age. This is an average from South Korea, Spain, China and Italy. Don't ask me why those are the countries that are in this list, but I mean, that seems fairly representative. South Korea, Spain, China and Italy. This is deaths by age, the average. Age 0 to 9 years old. Number of coronavirus cases, 0. Ages 10 to 19, 0. 20 to 29, 0.2%. These are deaths by ages, coronavirus deaths by ages, the average from South Korea, Spain, China and Italy, as of the end of March, which was the most recent figures I could get. Where are we at? 20 to 29 years old, 0.2%. 30 to 39, 0.2%. 40 to 49, 0.3%. 50 to 59, 0.8%. 60 to 69 years old, 2.7%. 70 to 79, 7.9%. 80 plus, 15%. So it's so skewed to above 70 as to make it, it's kind of ridiculous that people are even considering keeping their children out of school. Like, what for? Far more deleterious to children to be out of school than to be in I would imagine. Maybe I'll talk about that tonight when I come back, do an extra show. Lucky tweets, I thought the anti-mask protesters I saw in town today with their wacky banners were the nuttiest people I heard today, and then Ken from the Highlands came on. Hello. Yeah. I didn't see any anti-mask protesters. Where were they at? Let's have Atlanta. Graham.
Oh, Nick, you went on a tear there for a minute. The disgusting United States.
You what?
What are you going to do when Trump wins?
I'm going to say, well, I expected that.
Well, yes, you did. So I don't know why you went on that rant a minute ago.
Oh, a rant.
That was a rant, bit of a rant. Did you see any of the convention?
No.
The nominating procedure? Well, let me just give you the concise perspective that I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Blah, 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 blah.
Blah, blah, blah. What, as opposed to Donald
Blah,
Trump?
Blah, blah, blah. That's all I heard.
Right, as opposed to Donald Trump, who
there's some blah, blahs going on
makes sense.
Well, we'll see, won't we, next week? We'll see. We'll see.
No, we don't have to see. But the jury is in already. You haven't heard Donald Trump speak?
You do a much better impression of him than he does of himself.
I've got no idea what that means. You people you slay me. How you hear him over and over and over again, and you deny what is obvious and in front of your face. The guy is so unsuited to the task that he has been set. It's unbelievable to me that people can still support him. Why do you support him?
Why do I support him? Well, because before the virus hit, and he stopped the flights from China. Okay, there's this theory that he hasn't done anything. Anything. Well, when he stopped the flights from China and then stopped them from Europe, Joe Biden said that he was a what's the word?
Right, see, already you're off topic. I asked you why you supported Donald Trump, and you're suddenly talking about Joe Biden. What's Joe Biden got to do with it?
Nothing. He doesn't have anything to do with anything. I support him because he stopped the flights from China. Okay?
You support him because he stopped the flights from China. America has the worst response to this virus of any country in the world.
I support him because before the virus struck...
Don't say anything about oh, my God. Okay, he inherited everything as far as the economy is concerned from Barack Obama. If you look at every single line that delineates the economy, he inherited it from Obama. It went up in a dead straight line. He did nothing. He claimed credit for things that he had nothing to do with. What else?
I guess we're just going to have to agree to disagree, Nick.
Well, it's not opinion. It's not opinion. It's fact. Just look it up.
Okay.
It really just blows my mind that people who, obviously you're an intelligent man. How can you still support that guy? It's incredible to me. It's like you've joined a cult. Nothing he says or does, no amount of abuse that he throws at people, no amount of lying or anything like that, no obvious incompetence will sway you the opinion that he is your man. I just don't get it.
Can you tell me why he bested 17 other conservatives in 2016? How is it that he did that?
Because he came across better on television. Because he is a TV star. He's a...
he was a modern Kennedy, I guess, right?
I assume that you're being deliberately amusing. Yeah, that's right. Donald Trump's a modern Kennedy. That's exactly who he reminds me of. Yeah. Okay. I can't continue that conversation with you, Graham. I think you're trolling me now. Back under your bridge, troll. And in closing...
And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question. It's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go, woman, man, person, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy.
Here's a call in or on. How big does an island have to be before you're in it, not on it? I don't know. Let's ask this next caller. On or in Hailing Island? Jim.
It's on Hailing Island.
On Hailing Island.
On Hailing Island.
Of course.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm really tired now. I called ages ago. But I'm
really
only
tired, you say?
Stop whining. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
I was going to call you last night to say happy birthday for today, but I didn't get through.
Late.
I know. I'm really sorry. It's time for UBI, isn't it? Really? Like, we need that basic income. It's got to be the way forward.
It's the only thing that makes any sense. If millions and millions and millions and millions of people are going to be unemployed, then we're either just going to become a zombie country shuffling along with but people won't have any hope of ever getting employment for the rest of their lives, or we'll provide people with a comprehensive safety net from which they can progress, start a business without fear of starving to death or getting chucked out of their house.
It has to be done. I can't see any other way that we can survive, like, unless we do that.
Unfortunately, that is not in this government's DNA. That's not who they are. What they will be trying to engineer is an enormous tax cut for millionaires and billionaires, and try to sell it to us as benefiting the little people, not leprechauns.
Not leprechauns. No. I mean, I'm one of those poor sods that have been working all throughout the coronavirus, because I work in the media. I work in TV. So
one of those.
Yeah, one of those
metropolitan liberal elites.
Yeah. Normally based in London, but down at Hailing.
Oh, well, that's even worse. A London metropolitan liberal elite.
Yeah. But
you and your bubble.
But people complain about it, but they want to watch TV when they're on furlough, don't they?
Yeah. Well, so what television programmes are you responsible for?
You don't want to know that.
Tell me.
You don't want to know.
Is it one of these shows where people buy a house and... Oh, there's a cooking thing.
Cooking shows, you know.
Cooking shows, right.
The
well,
big one.
I like food.
With Greg and John.
Which kind of one is it?
MasterChef.
See, I don't know what... I've got no idea what they all are, but some sort of game show with food, right?
Exactly, yeah. But they want to watch it. Well, some people do.
I'm amazed. I mean, the popularity of cooking shows. Nobody cooks in this country. We order pizza, somebody bikes it around from a local store. No one cooks.
You don't order pizza, you make pizza.
I do, make it from scratch. Yeah. I'm weird, though. Everybody else orders it.
Because it's much better.
No, it's not much better. It's much, much worse. Some rubbery, flubbery thing gets delivered, half cold, from a bloke on a bike who's been weaving in and out of traffic with it. Do you want your food having been weaved in and out of traffic? No thanks.
How else can you have it?
Make it yourself. Make it yourself.
Anyway.
From scratch. Just don't put sweet corn on it because,
Disgusting.
No sweet corn on a pizza.
What's that disgusting sound?
What's it from?
Yeah.
Well, I've said this before. You'll have to listen to the podcasts of previous shows. You have to pick one at random.
Right, tell me about your podcast. So you got yours, and Carol.
Hey, I'm glad you asked. I have a podcast, the best of this show, called The Nick Abbott Habit. Yeah, which is taken from shows recorded before anybody had ever heard of coronavirus. So it's virus-free.
Can you tell me something then? So I started listening to your show maybe 5 years ago. And I started listening to it because I was working night shifts, and the guy I heard calling into you was talking about aliens, and I found it so hilarious. I've been a Nick Abbott addict since then.
A habiteer. Yeah.
And how far back are you going to go into the archives?
Oh, well, up to the last one, just before Christmas. So I think I'm going to have to go back further.
Well, I think it must have been 2014, 2015 that I started listening to you.
Right.
So are you going to go that far back?
I'm going to have to do something because I'm bumping up against the coronavirus now because I've been taking them chronologically. And like I said, I'm just before Christmas Day now, just taking, the bits that make me laugh from the old shows. So now I'm up against the A to Z, and I don't think I'd be able to take much from that because it's such a sort of fast-moving...
Called A to Z at Christmas, actually. Yeah. I got on with the Nigel Farage kicked in the head by a horse.
Yes. Well, I played that. I played that already. Played it already this evening. All the hits. Yeah. Here, listen. I'm going to have to go, but thanks a lot, mate. Oh, sorry. I
was just going to say I've been listening to your shows from 1998 earlier today when you were on with Kev and Aid Who Can't Get Laid.
Right.
And I'm so sad that I was too young to not listen to it then because it's brilliant.
Well,
it's the best things I've ever listened to.
Well, that's very nice of you. Well, just add it to life's little disappointments. You got born in the wrong era. Okay, thanks, mate. Oh God, look at all these texts and email. I'll never get through all of them in the time that I got left. I'm very bad at my job. Jill says the oldest man in the world died in South Africa today. He was 116. Just letting me know. Well, I had no idea he was ill. He's dead, you say?